Okay. If you could help me with the sound check, my wafu. Let's see. Are you working? Are you working? Farmer Brown. Farmer Brown. Sure sounds like it. All right. Go ahead and mute it back. Thank you. It is wireless. It's charging because it ran out of power. It is wireless. All right. Well, we are back. I'm going to see if I can not go blind today. that was concerning yesterday. So we'll try not to do that again. All right. So let's continue with the stories of the jobs, and we'll move on to other stuffs because we are very close on Shadowbringers. I can feel it. I know I said that yesterday, but I mean it today. I meant it yesterday too. I am just trying to guess without looking it up. All right. Okay, well, I guess we'll get that later. All right. Well, Grim Fandango. No, Grimoire Fandango. Not the incredibly popular LucasArts game. I've come to ask about Kalia's condition. The Foreseer is unchanged. She walks about as if all the joy in her life has been leached from her soul. I believe the only thing that can help her now is the same person who broke Kalia out of her shell the first time, our absent guildmaster. And though I am leery of the coincidence, the man himself has at long last been spotted. Should you seek out his last known location, it's unlikely he will still be there. And even should you catch him, he may not deign to speak with you. Nevertheless, this may be our only chance. Pray, travel to Mimorun's trading post in Upper Lenosha and speak with anyone who might have seen the guildmaster. Oh, one more thing. Though he prefers not to use it for some inexplicable reason. Our leader's name is Cretia. Okay. Can you give me my water, please? Thank you, love. Coffee is ready when you want it. You're welcome. Is this something that needs to be right here? Thanks. All right. This does not need to be here. All right. I love this mount so much. I'm so easily impressed. That too.
Adventurer once going to shop at Mimorun. Adventurer give 40 gil.
Sure, why not? I mean, I could just fly there, but this is faster. I got the money. Hey there, witness. Morning, sir. I was the one who sent word to your guild about spotting your leader. It's a rare sight to see Cretia roaming about. He asked me the way to Thalos. Could it be that he was seeking to speak with a scholar who lives there? All right. I like this mount too. Just the floppy arms. Especially when you get up in the wind and the arms just flap in the wind. It's funny. Hello there. Why, yes, I did receive a visit from the gentleman identifying himself as the Arcanist Guildmaster, an odd fellow, but obviously possessed of a well-rounded education. It just so happens he bid me pass on a message to anyone who came searching for him. Ahem. Reunited, the 3 slips of parchment hold the problem to the solution. The Guildmaster mentioned the slips of parchment are concealed among the bones of Thalos. I suppose you're expected to search for them. But I can do. Man, I remember when kobolds were absolutely destroying me. Like, I would hit a kobold and it's like, I have no chance against these guys. That's one. I think it was my gear that was a problem. But man, that was rough. Ah, those were the days. Floppy arms. And I got my last parchment. Run away! It's possible part of the problem was that I was a freaking white mage against melee DPS. I really do like the way this game is designed. I'm sure it wasn't originally this clean, but it's very clean right now. Because you can always see like what the enemies, like where the enemies' strengths and weaknesses are based on what you've actually played yourself. It's cool. Have you tracked down those 3 slips of parchment? Sure have. Interesting. They actually exist. To be perfectly honest, I thought you had been set on a wild dodo chase. Well, let's have a look at these, shall we? Well, penned in the ancient Allegan, no less. Fortunately for you, I have a passing familiarity with the script. Seek the box at Fool Falls. Dance a jig for your wooden audience. Claim the secret with an open heart. A most cryptic set of instructions, I must say. Do you intend to follow them? The guildmaster of yours certainly enjoys his games. Oh, yeah. It's fine. I'm used to BS quests by now. Box of the lid is jammed shut. Well, just dance. It'll be okay. The box rattles and thumps about as if something within seeks to be freed. It appears the lid is loosened somewhat. Oh, crap. I have. Alright. Let's go back and look at the box. Find this little parchment inside the box. If there are answers you would seek, then to the trading post now go. Before the owner, be not meek. With your 2 feet, provide a show. I guess we're dancing again. Kind of funny that I'm good at dancing. I mean, not with this particular dance. This is the dance of my people, and I'm a little ashamed of it, though, I'm sorry to say. Other people don't appreciate it the way that the Lady Vieira do. Oh my gosh, they go crazy for this dance.
Funny, me good dance, funny dance. You dance funny too?
Yeah, sure. Let's do this. What's up, CJ? We're almost to Shadowbringers. I can feel it.
Ah, now that was most entertaining. I must have something to amuse me during these little jaunts back to civilization, you understand? Based on my evaluations of your abilities, however, I calculated that you would arrive at the point somewhat earlier. You balked at the dancing, didn't you? Oh, I never expected you to be so shy. Another variable to add to your list of characteristics. I keep extensive mental notes of all the guild's members, you see.
Little ahead of me again? Alright, cool.
As an arcanist, it was a simple matter to engineer events so that I might meet you face to face. After all, strategy is a tool used to manipulate one situation to a desired reality. And I do so enjoy seeing others dance in the palm of my hand, as it were. Here, you may have this. Think of it as payment for your performance.
So, that one girl's, like, really distraught.
Though you might consider passing the tome on to Kalia. That is the reason you sought me out, is it not?
It is.
Before you give Kalia the grimoire, however, I must insist that you dance for her. I will know if you don't. Oh, this banal interaction has simply exhausted me. It is time I return to my studies. You, on the other hand, shall travel forthwith to the anchor yard in Limsa Minsa. Be well, Peter. We shall meet again. I'm 100% certain of it.
Alright, to the anchor yard of Limsa. Is that near the Fisherman's Guild? I think it is. Leveling other jobs now? I am. So when I'm not on stream, I'll work on my other jobs. I'm trying to make Pieter a little bit more well-rounded. The problem is, when I was just doing White Mage, and I was focusing on White Mage, I got stuck where I was just leveling White Mage like way too much in the in-between game content. And so now I'm gonna kind of dance between various jobs that fit his profile. This is acting like it's not here. Okay. So, we'll try again. You only keep 2 jobs in sync during your content for expansion for that reason. Right. Oh, it was over here. It wasn't where I thought it was. It was that area that's nowhere near any freaking thing. So yeah, I'm Thinking Pieter is somebody who loves nature, like almost an eco-terrorist. He would fit right in an avalanche. And he wants to heal. He wants to make people better. And so he's studying all of the healing tracks. Even Sage. Like when I went Sage, I'm like, oh, I better do Arcanist if I'm going to do Sage. He generally shuns techno. Tech is not his thing. Oh, my mind. Oh, my mind is ordinarily a whirlwind of possibilities and feints and counterattacks, but now there's naught but silence. This is how I once used to be, and perhaps how I will always be from now on.
All right, lady. I want you to watch this. You've never seen a dance like this before.
Huzzah. Were you always one for dancing? I don't recall such Oh, you met with our guildmaster, haven't you?
Oh, yeah.
That would explain your odd behavior. He does so enjoy seeing people perform unexpected acts of frivolity.
You know, I'm actually a really good dancer. Thank you very much, ma'am.
But what could have spurned our reticent guildmaster to speak with you in person? What could have spurred our reticent guildmaster to speak with you in person?
I have a grimoire for you. From him.
He gave you this grimoire? To give to me? Oh, uncanny. It's identical to the tome I received the first time I met our leader. You have my thanks, Pieter. The guildmaster's fond of games and mischief, and I understand the troublesome trials he likely put you through before deeming you worthy of his attention. With this gift, however, his message for me is abundantly clear. I'm to shape reality into the one I desire. And that means defeating Dos Maga. Gods, my mind is alive again with strategies. I must have time to think. Oh, pray inform Mistress Thurbergim of my return to duty.
You got it.
So yeah, anything healing adjacent, I've got him on. So we got Arcanist, we got Monk, we've got Bard, because, you know, the singing. We've got Dancer. Really, Dancer came first, then Bard. But yeah, working our way through various jobs. Then all the healing stuff.
Kalia's recovered from her despondency. That's wonderful news, and we have you to thank for it. It's unfortunate, however, that both Kalia and our guildmaster are possessed of such impenetrable personalities. But at least in the case of the Foreseer, we have an inkling as to the nature of the cage that imprisons her. I continue to hope her partnership with you shall gradually pry those bars apart. Return to your training, Pieter, and prepare yourself for the demanding tactics Kalia is sure to formulate in the days ahead.
You got it. Let's see. 11. Spectacles. No res mage. Red mage. I have it. I've kind of decided that it's not really his thing. Because red mage use white magic for destruction, and that's not really his thing. Like he's very averse to any kind of black magic, if you can avoid it. Astrologian, we've been doing lots of Astrologian stuff. Definitely dig that. And Monk. There. And Bard, currently not there. And Astrologian, not there. So, what Beast Tribe quests are we on? I'm definitely digging the Beast Tribe quests, too. Beast Tribe quests are cool. Alright, well, I think we can start continuing main story. What do you say, Waku? Sure. I made you wait. It's perfectly fair that you make me wait, too.
Solve your iron deficiency. It's a good plan. Hey, I've recently changed his hairstyle too, because this is more like if you're going to meet Vieira, what you would wear. Because I know that there are other Vieira somewhere in Shadowbringers. Again, I've tried my best to stay as unspoiled as possible, but every time I came up across something that's from the Shadowbringers content, there are Vieira, and I'm like, okay, there's got to be a Vieira in here somewhere. The summoning bell. My report is ready, sir. Monies! It's an honor to serve, sir. Alright. Mithril. 849 sounds good. Bronze plate. 8999. Sure. Excellent. Okay, good there. That will be done. Actually, how are we doing on gear? Okay. New venture. More exploration. Excellent decision, sir. Ventures are my specialty. Alright. Back out of this. Hey, Callisto. That will be done. Mm-hmm. This will be all you get from me. I hope it satisfies you. What were you saying?
It was the cheapest to get just regular iron ore.
Mm-hmm. Let's see, 890. Pine log. Captain's log. All right, what do we got here? All right. Enter report complete. Confirm. What you asked for, yes. Take it. And gear. Gave him my legendary gear since I'm not using it. This all looks like the best I can get right now. Yeah. I think that's the best I can get for now. And new venture. I perform a menial task. And I think we're good. Alright. That's all for now. You ready, Waffle? Alright. Alright. Well, we're about to continue on into Stormblood, I'm pretty sure. So if you want to join, by all means, and if you're not, that's perfectly fine too. So, to Porta Pretora. Gotta work soon. Understand. Greetings, sir. I have instructions to escort you to the Alliance headquarters, assuming you're ready, of course. Absolutely. Let's go. Time for the Grimlit Dark. Less than 5 minutes. I'm assuming this is main story quest, and I assume this is bringing me to Shadowbringers, but though I don't actually know that. Use your words, dear. Mm-hmm. I think that red line takes you to Shadowbringers. Let's do it. The Gimlet Dark. Looks cool, not gonna lie. Let me back off so I can actually see what I'm doing. Let's go. Get away. I think it's got a gun shield. Oh my. You're a big fellow, aren't you? Big boy. He did tell me. He did tell us he was going to do that. I just didn't know what I was looking at. There was one slice, but it had a little arrow around him in that direction to let you know this is how he's going to do this. Okay, it's doing the arrow again. So what you want to do... Okay, there we go. We're good. Okay. Not there yet. Got him. Continue.
I shan't hold back!
Get him, Pippin. Pippin is objectively one of the best boys. He's pretty cool. Not gonna lie. Yeah. Uh-oh, somebody let Prometheus out of his chain. Oh, my computer falls asleep. Doesn't have to be right now. Just obnoxious to choose to do that. Uh-oh. You do have an LB when you want to use it. Can I make it? Can I make it? I did. Okay. Shake it up. Shake it up. Rise and shine, Peter Kurlinsk. Thank you.
Another sealer.
Yeah, that helps.
I look for a glowing.
I didn't see one at all. You know, whenever you feel like doing position so you can't miss it. Yeah.
You underestimate me.
Hi.
General Kenobi.
Resonates because you basically get instant swift cast of rays. Definitely on theme for theater. So the red mage is res mage. We're fine. Probably. A bit. Ish. I may have to look into res mage then. I mean, I do have it. I just... He seemed useless. Which is why I was not in love with the idea. Yes, res mage would be on theme for theater. I was not aware red mage had rays. Don't get it for a while. Understandable. Oh, hi. Yeah, it's Kitty. I'm not actually saying hi to you, but I understand why you think that, because I often do that to you. Cat's not quite a void. He's dark gray, but he does like to hide in the shadows and just like hang out by your feet. Makes it more epic. This one's for you, Papa. Dude, there's going to have an existential crisis in Shadowbringers. That's going to be awesome. Really good crap. Being all about healing in the light. Mm-hmm. Let's keep the spoilers to a minimal, if at all possible. Hi, Kitty. It should be fun, though. These savages bested our vanguard. Impressive. But in the end, they're only savages. Let's be brief. Radiance awaits. No spoilers. Okay. Talking about events that haven't happened is in spoiler territory. Kitty is like, I am the star of this show. Hello and welcome to the Cat Show. Which is perfectly fine as long as he's pointed this direction and not showing off his, his goods. Yeah. Dang it. This is our final fight for this battle from the looks of it. Hold on. Stay with no escape. Only zero. Persevere. Let us engage them together. They cannot hope to evade us both. I'm doing the Tatteru method of evasion. Run in circles and run right into trouble. Half the time. Ready the cerulean tanks. Oh, those kind of tanks. Yeah, Pieter already had some issues when he met the World of Darkness. They're like, oh, that can't be right. Clearly they were mistaken. Seems you have no choice, Julia. Feel honored, savages. Few who've seen this twice. Oh, and we've got the lob. You'll still witness this. Farewell, savages. Yeah, we're here. GGTT. Let's try it for real this time. Turn on my computer. Thanks. Excellent. Mm-hmm. Huzzah! Good grief. Getting closer now. Almost there.
We did it! I dare say they'll be reeling from this.
So close they can taste it. Well, I
You
would,
were
except I have the
truly
mask.
inspiring in battle, my friend. I'm determined not to be outdone, but there seems to be no one left to fight.
A tactical withdrawal, perhaps?
We should give chase. Finish them off while we have the chance.
Gonna frickin' nuke
Imagine
us.
the other surprise when they wake to find the war already won.
There it is.
The light will expunge all life. Only you can forestall the calamity. Throw wide the gates.
No! 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 Not like...
Down goes Alisei.
Oh no. Don't tell me. Are you all right? Quickly! We must get her back to the encampment.
I wonder if Carl was watching.
Throw wide the gates. What if I don't want to throw wide the gates?
So, the Garleans have been routed, have they? Well done. Though this exchange was no more than a test of our strength, like as not. They won't be taking any chances now the Emperor has joined the fray. They'll want to take their time, and whittle down our defenses. Still, with your help and with that of our eastern allies, we've passed the first test. Our line is unbroken. As for Alisei, well, she's in good hands over in the infirmary.
Yeah, but like, how long before I pass out? My lord, the Chirurgeons have completed their examination of Mistress Alisei, and it's as we feared. She's locked in a slumber without any outward cause.
Just like the others.
Damn it all.
Aye, the Garleans picked a fine time to come knocking. 5 scions incapacitated and with the enemy on our doorstep. I cannot spare the men to assist in a search for a cure. The best I can do is see to it that Alisei is escorted safely back to the Rising Stones. Yugiri and I will return to our encampment. The main contingent of our forces from the Far East is under sail, and all must be made ready for their arrival. I will not keep you then.
Go back. I'll take care of things here.
Judging by the Garleans' recent movements, or lack thereof, they won't be launching another offensive in the immediate future. You should return to the Rising Stones. Given the plight of your fellow scions, I can understand if you feel on edge, but you'll be no good to anyone without rest.
Speak with a hoary boulder. What shape is this boulder? War is hell. You're not wrong there. Hey there, Blitzong. I has been waiting for you to return to Revenant's Toll. A moment of your time, Peter. A merchant who brought me a goodly shipment of salt, Akut, left a message in the off chance you were passing through the toll. The salt he trades is Garalbanian, you see. Quality stuff from the locks worth every gill, let me tell you. I'm told the little operation they've got going there is doing quite well. Quite well indeed. And that you played a major part in making it possible. Goes without saying, the returned refugees have benefited greatly from the arrangement. Not just them, though. Seems there are newfound opportunities to be had for those still in Ul'dah, too. But by the onion, I'm rambling. And I forgot why I called you over. The message from McCart. Apologies. He asked that you come and see him in Stone's Throw, should you have time to spare. Yeah, I've got more important things, but yeah, sure, I'll get to that eventually. Hey there, Mr. Unfortunate Name. How you doing? Peter, welcome home. Word has it you and Mistress Alisay gave the Darleans quite a thrashing. Speaking of which, where is Mistress Alisay? I'm certain she'd have returned by now. Well, the thing about that is, all of us are dropping like flies one after the other, and it's only a matter of time before I go. By the 12. Not her, too. Cor and I'll ready the infirmary for arrival. Stormblood 98.77% complete. You'll also need to send a message to Tataru post-haste. Would that I had something other than the grim tidings to share with her. And with you too, for that matter. It grieves me to report the Archon's condition remains unchanged. As we speak, Cuddlenay, Creel, and Master Batoya continue to explore every possible avenue. Alas, their efforts have yet to bear fruit. But all is not lost. You're all still hale and whole, after all, though I suspect you must be tired from your journey. You should rest, my friend. Leave the worrying to us, for the time being at least. Sure. Meanwhile, on the border of Alamigo, looked like the Wolf's Mask, too. A Requiem for Heroes, Part 1. What is it good for?
What is it good for?
Peter, yours is a welcome face indeed in these troubled times. Though if you've come to inquire about our stricken brothers and sisters, I'm afraid I have not to report. Colden and the others continue their tireless search for answers, and I too have done all in my power to assist them. Alas. My apologies for the intrusion. I was told Master Alfino had been brought here and wished to see if his condition has improved. Master Peter, I've heard about the part you played in driving back the Empire's forces. Thank you. That you were able to stop them, if only for a short while, gives me hope. Yeah. I realize how strange such words will sound coming from a Garlean's lips, but I speak them now out of love I bear for my homeland, because I wish to see an end to the bloodshed. That's why I chose to share all that I know with the Alliance. Though I am surely going to be branded a traitor, I'm content to bear that ignominy. It will seem a small price to pay if it helps to prevent this conflict from escalating any further. Yeah. But enough of this prattling. The war is not what brought me all this way. I've come to see Master Alfino. An acquaintance of Peter and Alfino, are you? Well, far be it from me to turn away good company, if you'll follow me, sir. Seems we're in the middle of a pretty big crisis right now. When word reached me that Alfino had returned, it seemed only right that I visit him. Poor lad. Pains me to see him thus. But I take solace in the knowledge that he is safe and well cared for. He fought valiantly at the burn. The Populares could not have wished for a more committed ally. I know not how he came to be so affected, but I pray a cure will be found soon. You're not the only one. On an unrelated note, you may be interested to know that I have traveled here in the company of another acquaintance of yours. He awaits my return in North Silvertier, and I am certain he would be glad to see you. Assuming you can spare the time, that is. Or... where the heck am I going? Okay, not there. You need to leave. Okay, sure, thanks.
Oh, yes, memories of Skyrim.
Alright, I'm going to a brief reprieve in North Silvertier. Oh, that's just right down there. I was like, where am I going? Happens to me a lot. Yeah, Maxima. Ah, there you are. I'm beginning to think you would not come. Why was that? Sounds like you've been through the mill. You should have called me. Though I must confess, tracking down missing souls isn't exactly within my field of expertise. As you may have surmised, I heard much of Master Garland growing up in Garlemald. Indeed, he has long since been a source of inspiration for me. Most Garleans would say he's a traitor, and he turned his back on his country. We, the Populares, however, consider him a revolutionary, a man willing to defy the Empire's dreams of subjugation, and that his inventions might bring about a better future for all mankind. Please, revolutionary is a term best reserved for my work. I am but an Imperial defector. About to aid another Imperial defector. Whatever Master Garland says, I'm humbled to find myself in such distinguished company. Speaking of distinguished company, I've heard from Raban that you ran into an old friend in the burn. Is this true? Gaius still lives? Yep, and he's not as evil as we thought. Like most of the army, I've never had the privilege of seeing the legatus without his mask. I think I walked halfway across the burn in the presence of a black wolf. And he also claimed to have severed ties with the Empire to hunt Ascians, did he? After his humbling at the Praetorium, one would think he'd have the good sense to stay dead. Should we meet again, I'm sure to tell him so. Commander Alden also spoke of the Alliance's meeting with the Emperor. I still labor to believe what he told us. Did his Radiance really claim that Garlemald was founded by the Ascians? Yep, that's what he said. That is madness. The very notion is absurd. Every fiber of my being rails against it. And yet I see there's no escaping the truth. From the very founding of my homeland, my brothers and sisters have laid down their lives in service to a lie.
That sounds familiar.
The Ascians must be stopped. To save my people. To save all peoples. For all the Empire's many crimes, even I did not suspect. Had I known, I would have left a lot sooner. But that is in the past. Here, in the present, we must apply ourselves to the problem of how the Empire's ambitions may be thwarted, not only in Eorzea, but in the Far East as well. The Ironworks will spare no effort to achieve that end. Sirius Wall was a good start, but we need to do more, and we will. We'll show them what it means to achieve freedom through technology. Begging your pardons, I bear a message for the Warrior of Light. More good news? Who else of my friends have passed out? Commander Alden requests your presence at the Alliance headquarters in El Amigo. He would discuss matters of strategy at your earliest convenience. All right. Ah, yes, the inevitable messenger. And it wouldn't be long before duty called you away. Time, no doubt, being of the essence. Did I tempt you to ride aboard the Excelsior? If there's a faster way to Raban's side, I'll personally apologize to the commander for keeping him waiting. I mean, there's teleportation, but I'll accept the right.
Sid wants to spend some time with you.
That's fine. All right, Sid, what's up? I swear, every time you board my airship, you seem to be barreling headlong into danger. And every time you somehow contrive to emerge victorious, which, of course, is an admirable skill. But no one is invincible, Peter, not even you. So please, take care of yourself out there. I pray you remain safe on the front lines. Though ill-equipped to join the fray, I shall do what I can to
to assist from headquarters. My colleagues and I have been tasked with evacuating casualties by air. See that you aren't among them, yeah? Commander Alden is waiting, sir. It would be best if we proceeded to Alliance headquarters at once. Are you ready? Now let's go. You're here. Good. I summon you to discuss strategy, but first I would appraise you of the Garlean's movements. On speaking with Raban, several cutscenes are playing in sequence. It's recommended you set sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. Oh. Let's disparty. Let's go.
There have been several skirmishes along the border, but as yet neither side has delivered a decisive blow. We had long assumed that the Garleans would overwhelm us in a straight fight, but we seem to be gaining ground, albeit slowly. As to why that might be, the most likely explanation is that they have yet to commit all their forces. Still, we're winning, and our latest intelligence suggests the Emperor has retreated back to Garlemald.
So that's probably a trap of some kind.
In light of this, we're considering launching an offensive with the aim of pushing the front line forward and giving ourselves some room to breathe.
Baiting us into committing our forces
Commander,
so they can decimate
the
them.
Imperials! They've broken through our defenses to the east.
What?
Our scouts say their forces are being led by Lord Xenos. Lord Heian and Commander Hext have taken their troops to provide support, but we don't know how long they can hold out.
So, they've been biding their time, waiting for his arrival, have they? Very well. Send word to our allies, requesting reinforcements for the front line. Should the worst come to the worst, I may need to enter the fray myself. But what of you? Do you still have the strength to fight?
Until I pass out, sure. You only say the word.
Much obliged. Given the choice, I'd take you over 100 soldiers.
Well, that's nice.
Why won't they open? Please, I bid you open.
What's wrong? Is it the voice again?
Yep. It'd be great if we did that
sure
right in the middle of a fight with
to do
Xenos.
this?
Sure.
What if they don't call us again?
May Ralga grant us strength. Give 'em hell, lad. I, for my part, will defend this place to my dying breath.
That's all we can ask. Meanwhile, at the border of Alamigo, fighting as other people. Sure are.
We are fighting as we had.
Ready?
Surrender bonus from Prince. Get into this. Very nice. should be very, very possible. It's just the limits of this strategy investment.
This one's for you, Ada.
Don't break the combo with the dot. I'm gonna target that one needed. So just combo, spam combo. Yeah, I'll hug you. As you sigh. They're breaking after the third time. Third does mean damage. Sorcery. Look upon a familiar human and know the depths of your folly. So basically, 2 combo, then us.
Here it comes.
Please, Snow, what have you done?
The weave of a shinobi's power.
The shinobi on Yuri.
The art of my forebears.
3 combos and dots. If there's no dotted lines, then you finish the combo. Choose to struggle against the inevitable.
Yeah.
So basically 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3 aside. Hey, we win. Started it later than I did. You were doing more reconnaissance where I was like, ah no, let's just fight. I can figure it out. Ooh. She actually damaged his armor. I don't think anyone has done that. All of our friends are dead.
Magic with a Garlean body. That's hardly fair.
Indeed.
Still, he must be stopped, no matter the cost.
Try staying dead.
Bringer of light. It has been too long. No words to mark our reunion? So be it. Equilibrium must be restored, and only your death will redress the balance.
Why is nothing happening? I see about that. Do it, Peter. Definitely. I don't make a very good tank, though. I should show you the truth.
Yeah.
Game always wants me to be the tank. I'm really not set up to tank anything. That was close. Doc. Thank you. From the start, you must. Possible has to be one so powerful in the gift. Or get it. No matter. May have feasted like a prayer. You will not defeat me. Stop dying.
Have fun. Two, one. Awesome. Pretty sad. When you're done with your thing, the computer is falling asleep again. The idiot. Oh, thank you. I'm glad my wife is on top of it again. So to speak. Come on. Come on. Come on.
I see.
Duty complete. Awesome sauce. Good stuff. Thank you. Use your extended controller hotbar, and due to that, you don't have enough space for all of your spells and abilities. Extended controller hotbar. I think I know what you're talking about.
Your mother chose her champion well.
What I do is I switch between the different sets, and so I can go back to other abilities if I need to.
Yet, for all your strength, you will still fail.
Please, I beseech you.
Someone calls to you. Too late, alas.
Throw wide the gates. Stupid scripted elf. The strangest urge to go check out something called Kingdom Hearts.
At last, I found you.
Your timing could have been a little better, bud.
Please. There's no cause for alarm.
Yeah, your arm kind of looks like it's seen better days.
Though, I confess, this is not where I had intended to meet. But the place of our meeting is of no consequence, like the war you wage. Win or lose, the path you walk leads only to oblivion. The better path leads you here, to me. I have need of your strength.
Staff could pass for a keyblade. I mean, as far as I can tell, I'm already dead, so who are you?
I'm afraid such questions will have to wait. We have precious little time, and your work is not yet done.
Okay, bud. You're a bad ally. Already.
Go to the Crystal Tower. I have left something for you near its base. It will serve as a beacon of sorts. One which I pray will help you on your journey. All you need do is find it. I will take care of the rest. Soon, we will throw wide the gates. And the path to the first will be yours to walk at last.
So I'm going to go back and have a giant sword sticking out of my back. Well, I had something like this in Dragon Age Inquisition.
Okay, so
I'm going to start as Shadowbringers. Awesome sauce.
You're awake. Thank heavens.
How long was I out? Tell me what happened.
Do you recall the confrontation with Xenos?
Yes.
You were the first to come to the aid of Mistress Lys and the others on the front line.
First, that means there were others. That's good.
In the midst of your duel, it is said you faltered, and that the Crown Prince seized the opportunity to deliver a mortal blow.
Right.
Yet before his blade could find its mark, he was distracted by the arrival of a second adversary who bore you away from the battlefield and into the hands of our chirurgeons. Lest you wonder, he left before you awoke. As is his wont.
Good job.
second time's a charm.
Mm-hmm.
Estinian never was one for emotional farewells.
Of course.
Though Xenos bested all before him, the battle clearly took its toll, for he retreated shortly after your rescue. Seeing this, the remaining Imperial forces decided discretion was the better part of valor and pulled back, allowing us to re-establish our position.
Yep, he is amazing. I'm not saying
received
who,
word
because
of
she hasn't
renewed
got there
unrest
yet.
in the provinces, doubtless inspired by the efforts of the Eorzean Alliance and our Far Eastern allies.
Excellent.
Nor does the good news end there. We have also come into possession of intelligence suggesting unrest within the Imperial Court.
Well, that's good.
This would certainly explain why both the Emperor and Lord Xenos appear to have abandoned the fight.
Plays crawling in my skin on a loop whenever he's out adventuring. That does sound like him.
A long-awaited ray of hope in these dark times.
Perfect combination of emo and attack. So tell me about the scions.
Yet to awake, I'm afraid. But please, concentrate on your own recovery for now.
All right.
You have carried the hopes of some half-dozen nations, and we are all eternally grateful for your efforts. But no one is without their limits, not even you. Leave this fight to us, my friend. You have earned your rest.
It's quite the stopper on that
but before I forget,
potion in the background.
I was asked to deliver a message as soon as you awoke. A reminder that you are not alone, though many of your allies have fallen. When you are well and rested, you are to return home, where friends will be waiting for you. Now, if you will excuse me, I must return to the front. May we meet again soon, under happier circumstances.
So the closest potion over there had a very unusual stopper in it. Haven't seen it again since. Oh, coffee's ready. It's about to get cold whenever you're ready for it. Well, this is the most unexpected surprise. I thought you confined to bed. Oh yes, this bell.
When I had heard that you'd collapsed in the field of battle, I confess, I feared the worst. But with you standing here before me, I see now that the reports of your defeat were greatly exaggerated. Thank the Fury.
Hey there.
As long as we have you, Master Krolinsk, history suggests we have a fighting chance. Speaking of fighting, you may be surprised to hear that the war's effects had already been felt here in Ishgard. In anticipation of a need for reinforcements, Artorial will soon be departing for the front lines with a contingent of our finest knights. I would advise you to stay until your strength is returned, but I know it would be an exercise in futility to ask such. Indeed, I suspect you have already decided upon your next destination.
Yep, Crystal Tower.
Dark days lie ahead. Of that I have no doubt. But the light of hope shall ever guide our steps, so long as we have the will to press onward. And press onward we must. Farewell, my friend. I pray our next meeting will be under happier circumstances.
Hey, you're going through a cutscene. Okay. This is a pretty good stopping point. I'm going to get my wife a coffee. I'll be right back. Verb.
They were all making Estonian jokes, and I was trying my best not to repeat them to preserve the surprise. They were great. I believe it was CJ who said that Estonian listens to Crawling in My Skin on Boo as a good adventure.
Kitty.
He just wants to be part of the show.
He does. Kitty wants to be a part of the show.
All right. Oh, did I miss something? You're welcome, dear. I think I missed something. Nope. Okay, good deal. All right. Well, what next? To Central Thanalan. You know what? There's a better way to get there. Via airship. Cloud top. I just now realized I can get there from here. Alright, nope. I'm going to Ul'dah. Alright.
We've been given a mission.
We have. So I'm going to do it with a tons of salt, and then I'm going to continue on the mission. Mm-hmm. But first, I'm completing this mission that I'd started.
Yeah, I activated it at the same time you did.
Okay. Well, I'll be. You came. Peter Krulins, savior of the Saltery. It's a tremendous honor, sir, and it's no exaggeration. I don't know if you realize, but you were instrumental in bringing stability and prosperity to so many lives. It may be a joint enterprise carried under the auspices of the Sultana and Lord Lolorito, but we all know who got them in the same room. And besides, even if I wanted to thank them directly, there's not a snowball's chance in 7th hell I'll be able to do so. But I'm not the only one grateful for your intervention. You see, all the salt exported from the locks is brought here first and afterwards shipped to every corner of Eorzea. It's a massive new industry that requires a considerable amount of labor. Take a look around. You'll see how many of the lives of the refugees here have changed as a result. And steady work means steady pay for folks who have few options before. They, in turn, can spend the newfound wealth on goods and services provided by your fellow refugees. Everyone profits when Gil moves through the local community like this. No one needs to hoard resources because they know there's more on the way. Huzzah. You can see a real difference here in Stone's Throw and outside the walls, and in Pearl Lane, too. Don't believe me, go look for yourself. Cool. Indeed. Alright, so I have been encouraged to go check the areas in Ul'dah where money is exchanged. Because there may be more options there. Reformed ruffian. I'll admit there was a time when I'd sooner spat in a guardsman's eye than take Lolorito's guild, but times are changing and we've got to change with them. Well, that's good. Chipper popper. Only Thal can say what tomorrow holds, but today I've got coin in my pocket and a song on my lips and a bleeding heavy crate in my arms. Bugger me. While I'm here, I'm going to check out this summoning bell. Already sold something. I have returned, sir. Give me that money. Okay, iron plate. $3.99 sounds good. There's naught else, I shall resume my services.
What's up, industrious refugee? I've finally saved up enough to open my own stall, though I want to make sure I have a solid plan before I do. My friend here's been kind enough to offer me some guidance. Just you wait. I'll have shops all over here one day.
You know, I suspect that Papa Sean
Okay. Been a long time, soldier. I remember when you came here once upon a time, back when Telegia Jalegia was trying to play us all for fools. The more things change, the more they stay the same. Just the other day, an East Elenard man came around and offered me a job. Not as a salt porter, though. As a guard for a bloody bank. The self-same bank holding Telegi's fortune that Lolorito so generously gifted to the House of Ul following the bastard's death. A gesture of reconciliation to smooth over the tensions between the royalists and the monetarists. As if the two were ever truly at odds. The Sultanate is content to let Lolorito manage the estate so long as they get their cut. But the smoke and mirrors, don't you see? Perfumed gentry carving up the corpse of a fool who couldn't play the great game while the rest of us trudge on, fighting over scraps over the master's table. And the moneylenders, the banks, part of the same rotten system. Chewing up the poor and hapless with convoluted contracts full of traps. It's up there at the very top.
Right. Now that's an event.
To the left, and the very top.
That's an event.
To the left of that. Up. There. Every man on this street can tell you a story about a friend saddled with debt, forced to work day and night until they fell ill and died. This city eats people, soldier. Chews them up and spits them right out. So I told that bank man to piss off, bloody fool. What in the seven houses is he thinking, coming down here and offering me a job as if he doesn't know a poisoned chalice if I see one? Would that everyone were so perceptive. Yeah, have we met before? Something about you seems familiar. Yep. That would be Lord Lolorito of the Syndicate. You were just talking about what a bastard he was? Huh? Well, aren't we a long way from home? I'll not deny you had cause to distrust our offer of employment. Under Telegia Jalegi's management, the bank was less than charitable in the treatment of its staff. Contrary to his public support of a refugee cause, he aggressively pursued cost-cutting measures which led to unconscionably long shifts and drastically reduced wages. Consequently, quality of service was much reduced, as was the reputation of his businesses. He was a short-sighted imbecile. But I am not. Neither the Sultana nor I would see his policies perpetuated. And indeed, we intend to offer rather more equitable terms. Increased compensation, periods of rest, so forth. You'll forgive me if I don't blindly trust a man who spews gill from his backside 3 times a day. And even if every word is true, I'm not about to believe you're offering all that out of the kindness of your heart. Certainly not. Nor would I expect a man such as you, one who thinks 5 steps ahead of is necessary, to think otherwise. Simply put, I need you and your people to trust me. It's a far bigger than the bank or the sultry or even a single endeavor. Nay, it's about every single venture associated with the Mirage Trust, which your people rightfully regard with caution. If they are to grow and prosper, it'll only be with the support of our Alamigan residents, I should say. You are a leader of your community, Landebert, a man who commands respect and loyalty when he speaks. If you vouch for us, then the others will listen. I trust that answers your question as to why I would descend from my golden chamber pot to come and see you in person. More or less, you want me to take your gills, so others will too. That was then, this is now, huh? So saith the chairman himself. But it ain't that simple, is it? You can't promise folks the stars and expect them to take you at your word. I want it in writing. For me and mine, both. Contracts. Legal and binding. And we want a seat at the table. representatives of our collective interests. Amigos united in common cause, bargaining is one. Interesting. In principle, I have no objection. You shall be joining us at the bank, then. I reckon he thinks he's got his hooks in me. Well, we'll see about that. Unionize, exactly. Even if he gives us everything we demand, I know he'll try to undermine and divide us. Wouldn't be surprised if he succeeded too, but at least we'll have a fighting chance. Aye, we'll play his game. For now. Work our way into positions of power and necessity, and so when the time comes to remind him who needs who, we'll be ready to extract some real concessions. Yeah, just you wait. Quest complete.
So my speculation proved wrong.
You thought he was evil.
I thought he and Papasan were the same person because they have the same beard and mustache.
They do.
And the only difference I could see is that one had a mask over his eyes and the other one didn't. They didn't seem to be in the same room at once, and Papasan had disappeared while the Sultana was unconscious.
Yeah. Peter is still not ready to talk to the Reaper lady. To Rising Stones we go. Okay. You can skip hitting the O button. Yeah.
Okay, question 2.
I was like, if that's what you're trying to do, here's a quicker way. Okay, as soon as I'm through this, I'm going to see what Bacon gave me. I think it was a tip on how to play better, which I always like.
Yeah, and how to get
Okay.
By the 12! I don't believe it!
Ain't that true?
I rushed back as soon as I could. I swear, my heart nearly stopped when I heard you'd collapse like the others. What in heaven's name is going on?
Poor Tataru.
Oh,
Hey.
she needs a hug.
So, yeah, I had a vision. The best girl.
Yeah.
Of the Tatarus, definitely. Of the Lalafels, definitely.
Win or lose, the path you walk leads only to oblivion. Oh, well, that's helpful.
Right?
And what else did he say? The better path leads to him? If his is the voice you've all been hearing, perhaps the others are with him.
That'd be nice.
Sir Emmerich said the fighting had reached a stalemate, didn't he? But if that monster masquerading as Xenos comes back... Thancred, Yestola, Urianger, Alphano, Alize. You're going to need all of them on your side to defeat him.
Mm-hmm.
And I forbid you from going to face him on your own. Do you hear me?
Oh, come on. I've already beat him twice.
So if you must leave, go and find the others. Bring them home.
Listen, I save people. It's what I do. Don't worry.
As for where to start, you said the stranger had left a beacon for you at the Crystal Tower, right?
That's what he said.
But how are you to find it now that the tower has been sealed shut?
We'll have to open it.
There has to be a way. If anyone would know, it's Sid and the researchers of St. Coinac's find.
Yeah, Sid was my first thought as well.
Don't you worry. We'll find that beacon for you.
That motion blur thing. It's like, okay, dude, whatever. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace. It's amazing. It's something. Manly grunts. He appears to be mounting something.
You have good reason for abandoning the front.
How could I remain there while the rumor that my son is possessed by a demon spreads like a sickness here at home?
Excellent.
I will not be made to fight for the throne a second time. But what of you? Did you not tell me you would destroy Eorzea's champion with the ease that one might swat a fly?
Yeah, man, what's wrong? You've lost twice now.
A minor setback. He will not escape me again. Where is your grandsire? I would have words with him.
How should I know? Do you hide from each other's sight as well? I imagine he's doing what all Ascians do.
Cause trouble.
He must have found a way to take advantage of this turmoil.
Men are not pawns to be played with, Ascian. You underestimate us at your peril. This war will not be decided by you and yours. Man must choose his own fate, and I, for my part, will do all within my power to see Garlemald emerge victorious.
Is some armor. Just imagine how much oil they have to go through with that thing.
Pray forgive the intrusion, Your Radiance, but the requested preparations are now complete. We stand ready to begin production of Black Rose upon your order.
It'll go great till the wind shifts, and then it goes into your trench instead. Final Fantasy XIV Stormblood. We have the credits. As I do, we're going to go through the whole credits before we get out. Congrats. Thank you. Nobuo Matsu worked on version 1.0, like all the music. Definitely congrats. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
I was excited.
I had to try a second time with that last battle.
Yeah, you're fine. It's good stuff.
I love this art.
Isn't it cool?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not as stylized as Final Fantasy art was in the day, back in the day, but it's very pretty. Mm-hmm. You've been through the whole expansion. Heavensward or Stormblood? Oh, Heavensward. Oh, it's not even close. In the credits, your thoughts on Stormblood compared to Heavensward? What's on your mind? Same question. Yeah, Heavensward. Not even close. Again, the reason I picked up the game was the Matsuno content, and there was the Matsuno content in Stormblood. Characters better, stories better, yeah. The dragon, dragons make every story better. The whole arc with Estinian and Isael, that whole thing was great. The politics was better. Yeah, it was very enjoyable. It was kind of awesome.
I was very moved by
All the church stuff is classic Final Fantasy. Yep. Oh yeah, and it's very emotional toward the lady. And church stuff is classic Final Fantasy. Absolutely. What were you saying?
Well, there were like two parallel stories for two females in Stormblood.
Mm-hmm.
One loved her country but hated the people.
Right.
And the other one hated both the people and her country.
Yep.
They were driven for vengeance. East
and West.
Yeah.
So in the West, she hated her country and her people, and in the East, she no. The East, she hated her country and her people, and in the West, she hated her people but loved her country.
Yes.
At least the story's kind of cool. Also, the book, the way everything was put together like a book in Heavensward was better than in Stormblood. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I like how she chose to save her country.
Stormblood in its two parts, the Doman half and the Alamigo half, and each half has different writers. The writer who
did Doma took the lead writer spot for Shadowbringers and Endwalker.
Okay, cool. Very good. I want to see what this is. Cross hotbar. Cool. Neato. Yep, I'll work on cross hotbar later. So let me see the rest here. She did an amazing job. I mean, yeah. Doma. Yeah, Doma was definitely the better of the two stories. It was weird that they had two stories that were like going on concurrently. But yeah, the Doma story is definitely the stronger of the two. I'm enjoying Shadowbringers, but I'm not very far in yet. Was not enjoying Stormblood at the same point in the story. Yeah. So, like, I like stories that are kind of... I like stories where you have lots of politics, where you have the different groups and they have their own needs and wants and foci and clashes and stuff. I was hoping for more of that from this. Yutsuyu, yeah. Yutsuyu's great. Versus the Griffin, and it's like, who the heck is the Griffin? Who even cares? Yeah.
Yeah, it was to the point where I really wish that she had found peace.
Mm-hmm.
Where before being driven to evil again.
Right. Yep. Yutsuyu's story was a good one. Very, very good.
I'm just glad that she had a friend there. he was in the thought.
Yeah, are you catching what the wife was saying? Wasn't sure if he was making it under the mic.
That way she didn't feel so
Kind of, not really. Yeah. Wife was talking about how she was glad that you had someone who cared about her at the end, finally. Didn't love Heian, which hurt the dome and stuff for me. I don't love feudal systems. Kind of find it hard siding with one over a colonial power. Yeah, feudal systems, kind of a crappy system. Here we got the USSR thing. But no, we the thing about the feudal system was it was a way to combat Vikings. That's I've been studying that lately. And basically, with raiders, you had to have someone who could immediately solve problems. Having someone really far away that could come up with a solution, basically by the time the solution arrived, the problem was gone. And so you need to have someone on site to solve the problems. And that was kind of how feudal systems developed, which is why you keep seeing feudal systems like that in areas with lots of coastlines. Of course, civilizations have lots of coastlines. But basically, yeah. Same kind of thing in Japan. I don't know. I mean, it would make sense that you would have that problem with pirates, basically. Because, I mean, that's what Vikings were. They were pirates. And so you have to have someone on site who can solve the problem right then. And that was the whole thing with feudalism, was you had the fractured system just out of necessity. Centralization means that the problem arises and you got to wait for word from whoever to solve it. Stormblood definitely had a pirate problem.
Yeah.
They still have a pirate problem. That was not solved. They turned it into a pirate solution. That's what my wife was saying. Yeah. Let them be pirates. That's the solution. Well, see, the thing is, and again, you saw this with the Vikings also. You can employ, a pirate to solve your pirate problem, but it's always going to be an imperfect solution. Like, really, if there's some way for you to have actual, like, law enforcement and actual central authority and actual laws governing things, that's going to be better than hiring the local warlord. Give them a region of coastal France. I mean, the pirates were so far ahead of anyone in the inland. That's kind of the only solution in France at that time. Because you had Charlemagne, and Charlemagne just, like, wailed on everyone. Called them Normans, right? Charlemagne just wailed on everyone, right? But then he didn't live forever. What do you think of Little Sun in the steppe?
Oh, that was cute.
We were giggling so much at Little Sun, both of us. It was so funny. That was a beautiful moment.
Yes. Yes.
So yeah, the steppe, again, that's tribal bickering stuff. It was well presented. Wasn't my favorite thing. Stuff definitely drew from the Mongols, yeah. Well, any kind of big plain anything. I mean, there's no natural boundaries, there's no natural borders, there's nothing stopping anyone from doing whatever they needed to do. Well, we haven't stabbed Kitty yet? We've given him his insulin. Okay. Yeah, I get irritated with just petty squabbling, and that seems like very petty squabbling. And so, yeah, that I did not care for so much. Steppe combat have been cavalry-based. Right. Should have been cavalry-based. Because generally, yeah, you have something that you mount And then you have to stab Kitty. Right? Yes. Kitty has diabetes, and so we have to give him his insulin. So we joke about stabbing the cat. Gotta do it twice a day.
Yeah. He takes it with lots of love, and so he sees it as a positive thing.
Poor Smokey. Yeah, Smokey the gamer cat. He does love being on stream, though. And anytime I'm gaming, he's like, I need your love right now. Attention, please. Like, even right now, he's enjoying the fact that we're talking about him. Wife gave him some fresh food so we can give him his insulin. We missed the window when we really should have done this, which is when I started the stream and I thought we had done it, but I guess we did not. It isn't just because you're gaming. He wants it always. It's true. I have 2 dog beds in my office. My dogs just nap while I'm on the computer. Yep. Yep. When Kitty is awake, Kitty wants attention. When Kitty is asleep, Kitty also still wants attention. He's all the time. Like, love me, please. Poor insecure Kitty. Do you still love me? Yes. What about now? Yes. What about now? Cat, I'm always loving you. He's like, no, you're not. Sometimes you're playing your games. Like, I still love you when I'm playing my game. He's like, not with your hands, though. It's like, oh my gosh, Kitty. Eastore Chief. Right, not with your hands, though. Exactly. I need a physical representation of your love on hand at all times.
Yes. That's the way cats are.
Mm-hmm. Touch me, human.
Yes.
Yep. Even now, the cat is begging for pets. Right now. Wife is giving him pets.
One time earlier this week, he was so needy that I could put him in my lap, and he just settled down to cuddle.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, that cat wants to nap in the lap. So if we're going to be gaming, okay, that's fine, but I have to sleep in your lap while you game. And then he gets irritated that we disturb his sleep. He's like, why are you still gaming? It's like, cat, that's what I'm doing right now. I need your full attention while I sleep.
Is that right?
Kitty, oh yes. Oh yeah, whiskers are all the way forward. We've come to understand cat sign language a little bit. Whiskered forward, tail up, cat is happy. It's like a big grin. You get your little Darth Vader moment there. That is a really freaking iconic Darth Vader moment from the freaking Rebels cartoon. And then he used it again in Obi-Wan Kenobi because it was so good. Bless you, Kitty. Take my hand, I'll lead you to salvation. Appreciate it, Waffle. It's all good. A mysterious hooded man with a crystal skin problem. Yeah, there's definitely something up with that right arm, right? Yeah, so like, talking about comparing Stormblood and Heavensward. Like, at this time, I was geeking out so much over Solid. I was like, this is the greatest song ever. And right now, this song's, it's all right. It's okay. But it's not like Heavensward music.
And I also like the beginning
Mm-hmm. You don't have to lie, the song is terrible. Yeah, it's okay. It's not on my Final Fantasy playlist. My Final Fantasy playlist is huge, and this song definitely does not make the cut.
So far, right now, my favorite battle music is the Ultimate 2, the second after Ultima.
Yeah. Some good music in this expansion. The song's not one of them. Shadowbringers has so many bangers.
Okay,
Look forward to it.
Yeah.
Again, everyone is just like Shadowbringers. Oh, it's like, all right, cool. Again, the 2 Matsuno dungeons was the reason I picked up the game. So we did the one already, an expansion of Stormblood, and I loved it. I loved everything associated with it, the music, the story, all of it. I loved all of it. And then we got one more coming in Shadowbringers. And then at that point, I will have gotten through what I needed to get through. And if I need to take a break at some point, I'll be able to at that point. Although, I mean, I'm going to try to go all the way through. But if I have a moment like about a month and a half ago, where I was like, man, I really want to do something else. Like, no, I can't. I got to get through Shadowbringers. Better finish Endwalker, you son of a gun. I will definitely finish it sometime. I may take a break to finish one game for a month or something, and then come right back. You know, there's another Final Fantasy game that came out recently.
Well, we were having problems with our internet at one point.
We always have problems there.
And so I picked up Final Fantasy 16, and I got stuck.
Role play, so do I my own expansion. When I finish an expansion, I watch the trailer for the next one and pick what jobs I'll be based on that. Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, if you're not role-playing, then what are you adding?
Dirk and Goom.
Dirk and Goom?
Yeah, Dark Knight and
Ah, yes.
But also, around the time we picked this up, Final Fantasy 14, I was in the middle of playing Final Fantasy 13.
Yeah, I kind of ruined my wife's 13-2 run. But I was like, hey, you need to play this game. And she's like, all right, I'll play for a little bit. So shut up. And then she's like, actually, I'm addicted to this. I'm like, yeah, I know. Me too, actually. They're like, wait, why'd you have me pick it up if you're going to pick it up? I was like, I don't know. I love this game.
And I was still in love with the music from it.
Yeah, Final Fantasy 13-2's got some good music.
I actually got stuck trying to get close again.
Yeah. Poor waifu.
Well, it's just that it's really frustrating when the only 2 players that you have in your party are fully leveled up, like maxed out,
Right.
and you're still dying in a battle.
Right. So CJ says, haven't picked up Final Fantasy VII Rebirth yet. Me neither. I'm intentionally avoiding it for now. There's an Elden Ring expansion coming in June.
Played Elden Ring.
Yeah, I have avoided that particular obsession.
Yeah.
Elden Ring, I've dodged that bullet. Since there's so many people obsessed with it.
We've purchased Persona 5 Royale.
Elden Ring's your favorite non-MMO game? Okay. We do have Persona 5 Royale. Yeah, I've been acquiring. I've been stockpiling games that I want to play as I've been going through Final Fantasy 14. 'Cause usually, I mean, I play a game and it's a month to 3 months. And this one, of course, we are on month 8. And we just are now finishing what should have been the free content if I'd started correctly.
We just recently, in the past month, paid for renewal subscription.
Right. So we spent $100 on this thing that should have been free. But we're having a good time. So I'm definitely getting my money's worth. No complaints there. Preparing this constantly for a year, and I'm currently replaying it now in prep for the expansion. Don't worry, I didn't do the free trial either. Yeah.
Well, the thing is that we did do the free trial. We did. Oh, I thought we did.
No.
And then I remember playing for a little bit before actually paying the subscription. It was like about 3 months.
When you buy the game, they give you 1 month free.
Okay, and so while we were in the middle of having already paid for it, they expanded it.
Curved sword bleed build. Say again, in the middle of...
Whenever we took up Final Fantasy 14, after we had our free month, and started paying for it, they expanded the free trial.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, we didn't. Yeah, we didn't. We didn't. We didn't do our due diligence. We could have gotten a free trial. But that's fine. We've had a good time.
Yeah.
Noel is on the free trial, and bless him, he's doing the game in hard mode. No access to the markets.
We can't trade with him.
We can't trade anything with him. He's bless his heart. He's going through hard mode. As long as you enjoyed yourself. Exactly.
Yeah.
I've enjoyed myself. Now, have I enjoyed myself to the tune of $100? I mean, maybe. Well, this kiddo is playing Final Fantasy XIV with me now. Oh, that's awesome.
Oh, awesome.
Final Fantasy XIV is great. I would love to play it with kids. That would be a lot of fun. Unfortunately, I have no access to it. And you have no children. So. I could try to get my nieces in on it, but then my sister would hate me. It's like, how expensive is this?
Is your oldest child enjoying it?
I'm very far in. I'm about to get to Ifrit. That's going to blow their mind.
Oh, cool.
Really, the game doesn't get good until you hit Heaven's Word. I said this to Noel also. Noel, he's going through and he's enjoying himself. Wife glares at you like, where's my kids? It's actually the other way around. I'm like, hey, honey, you want some kids? And she's like, As much fun as pregnancy sounds.
Yeah.
Yep. I mean, if I could carry the child, I totally would. You know, I've got the belly for it anyway. So, hard part is the decades after the pregnancy. Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Having not had kids, who knows? Oh God, teenagers. You know, it's funny. I get along great with teenagers. I teach at a high school, and I understand teenagers. I get them. It's very, very frustrating being a teenager. It's fun getting introduced them to all the stuff I like. Inevitably, they don't like your stuff out of spite. Yeah, eventually. Haven't got there yet, though. Mainly, being a teenager is being strong enough to do things on your own and being told, no, you can't. Because you don't realize consequences, you just see the freedom. And you're like, well, can I have freedom? It's like, no, you can't. It's like, well, forget you then. Because I have been having a creature feature night. Cool. I've never been a fan of horror films. You know, it's funny because like my very favorite anime is Fullmetal Alchemist, which technically is horror. But yeah.
I remember when I was in a horror.
You had a horror kick. I remember you had a horror kick too.
At that time, years
Brother,
ago.
oh, yeah.
At that time, years ago,
Both,
I was
actually.
working for Walmart, and they had like this special end cap of DVDs of overseas horror films.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, we got a bunch of just useless horror DVDs from Asia, just hanging out. We watched Godzilla 1954, King Kong 1933. Okay, good choices. This is the quality content you came for. Credits rolling. This Creature from the Black Lagoon. Okay. It's good that you started with classics. Voice actor management. All of these people were involved in managing voice actors. Please, please be nice to these people. Voice actors are difficult to manage. And then these people dealt with the motion actors. Motion actors are a lot easier to manage. Notice the much shorter list.
Meow. People aren't noticing me. This is not acceptable.
Says Kitty. Oh, you left us a present, Kitty. Thank you. I think that should be thrown away. Down on the D-pad changes scrolling speed. Oh, that works. It's important to me that everyone that worked on... Have you seen House 1977? I have not. It's a tiny bit faster. Hey, you know what? I want to make sure that the people that worked on the game get the credit that they deserve, because there are so many freaking people that work on these games. And to not show the credits is very, very disrespectful, in my view. Having had a couple of friends that do video games, and oh my gosh, there's so many freaking people that work on games. Artists. This person's technically an artist. Always fun. We just don't need 30 seconds per person. 20 is enough, yeah. The best Japanese horror movie. You should watch this Criterion chart. It gives a pretty accurate feel for what the movie's like. Okay. Remind me again when I'm not doing this. One of those movies you can't spoil if you try. Nice. Anna would probably be all over that. She'd probably love it. A piano eats a girl. Amity is for losers. It's weak stuff.
Yeah, that thing was
like a mimic. What the hell?
Anime,
I don't know, honey. I don't know what you're talking about. Exactly like a mimic. Nice.
There's the anime that was terrible, but they did
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Ghost Stories.
Yes.
Yeah, that'll be something you see on Ghost Stories. That's exactly right. My wife loves that dub so much. It's not for me.
It actually hasn't aged very well with the jokes, but...
The jokes were always like that, honey.
Yeah. Part of what was funny is that some of the stuff felt like it just came out.
Guest creators, Matsuno, Return to Ivalice.
Yes.
From the Algebra Factory. That's why we're here. Final Fantasy 15. I love Math Boss. Oh yeah. Good crap, man. His company's called Algebra Company. That's it.
Okay.
My wife was like, "What is what?" It's like, yeah.
Now I get it. Now I get why you're saying.
It's fun. The King. Final Fantasy Tactics for the win. Final Fantasy 12 also for the win. Hey, Corithius, welcome. We are just finishing up Stormblood. Let's get into some Shadowbringers. Got to bring some shadows. Just in time, exactly. Been doing the raids for Stormblood? Yeah. Good stuff. I think that's what we were talking about, the raids for Stormblood, the Return to Ivalice and stuff. Yeah. That's Matsuno content. Any and all Matsuno content for the win. I'm going to be here long, sadly. I had a funeral. Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, that was Alpha?
Oh.
Right. Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, we did all that. Let's raid this Ivalice. Got it.
I'm going to have to do that again sometime because
She didn't get everything she wanted.
Yeah, you got the scroll.
Yeah. And see, I didn't want the stuff. Should have given it to you. My bad.
Nah, it's alright.
I knew you'd be alright. And to celebrate your return, I made you this, a brand new traveling outfit. Oh, I sure do hope it fits.
Well, we'll be taking that and glamoring it immediately. Well, next time we get it to the end.
But now's not the time to fuss over your measurements. I must go and speak with the researchers at St. Coinage's find. You go and rest while we track down that beacon.
Oh, is she gonna give us the last?
She sure is.
I loved her adventure outfit.
Yep. Yeah, we'll glamour that. Shoo.
Yeah.
Kitty is like, senpai.
Yeah. He's in my lap. You can barely see his head. There we go.
Mm-hmm. It's like, no, I need your pets. Okay.
There we go. Kitty in the frame.
My enemy. My friend. Had I been but a step faster.
Bloody savages!
A pity your hunt leads you elsewhere.
Oh.
Not that I am surprised.
Yes, that is our fellow that we thought was Estinian initially.
May you find joy in it. Grow stronger, more savage, and savor every triumph. In the meantime, I will reclaim that which is rightfully mine.
Hi, sir. So he's been given the fake echo. So it's somehow related to Garlemald. Your beacon, beacon, beacon.
He wants to reclaim Garlemald?
Apparently. Speaks in vain voice.
You were but born for a mask. I actually put it on. Wait, what was the line?
In the midst of the requiem for heroes, a voice rings out across time and space. In fields of tranquil light, sow you the seeds of darkness. This is going to be fun. New chapter of New Game Plus has been added.
I like going into this next one glamored in an elven outfit.
Cool.
Good news, Peter. We had a stroke of luck in search of our beacon. Apparently our colleagues have stumbled across a hidden path leading down into the hollows around the base of the Crystal Tower.
How hidden?
A path I doubt we'd have ever found if the Ironworks of the Sun's not added their numbers to the party. Thanks to them, we have eager eyes aplenty down there, checking under rocks and peering into every nook and cranny. It sounds like there's a lot of ground to cover.
Wait, didn't we already have the Ironworks looking at this place? Wasn't that like the whole group that was doing the Ironworks was doing the Crystal Tower the first time? Whatever. And we'd better go give them a hand.
My thoughts exactly. The sooner we find this beacon, the sooner we can travel to wherever this mysterious voice is coming from.
Mostly left after the doors were sealed. I mean, okay. Spent a lot of time there before they were sealed, but whatever.
And the sooner we can work out how to help our friends. We have to find a way to wake them up, and before the Empire comes crawling again. Meaning we have no time to lose.
Yep, let's hurry.
There's a boat in North Servitor waiting to ferry people to the site, so let's be on our way.
The music. Awesomes.
So we just got the new...
The doors are sealed, so the technology was locked away. So Ironworks let it be, because Sid agrees.
So Ironworks let it be because Sid agrees.
Okay. Sort. We will do that later. Cracked crystal. Non-combat varieties of material things. Whatever. The circus trench. Kitty's like, no, I love you. I'm never leaving this spot. All the purrs. This is all according to plan, says Kitty. St. Coinage Ferryman.
Heading to the survey site, sir. It's on the eastern shore of the lake, and the swiftest way to get there is by boat.
Sure, I'll take it to the survey site. This music is freaking awesome. Like, it took me 2 notes to realize that music was amazing. Same whenever I went to the step. I was like, this is great music, immediately.
Look how many people there are. Should we get to it then? Pick up anything that seems the least bit device-like, and we'll make ourselves a pile.
Okay. Collect the trash.
Well,
Got
if
it.
it isn't the hero of the hour, maybe you'll change our look. We've found bugger all without you.
Biggs! Wedge!
Aye, aye. Well, we could hardly say no to a call for aid from the Scions. Jesse called the chief for some other business. So we'll be working twice as hard to make up for his not being here.
Thrice as hard, even.
Thank you, both of you. I'm sure we'll find that beacon in no time.
The problem with voicing a game that's not voiced and then later is voiced is that you disagree with their choices of voices. You're like, oh, I like mine better.
I'm not seeing anything out here. Do you reckon you could squeeze in there, Wedge?
And get stuck halfway? No, thank you.
Oh, I could use you as a wedge.
I could try if you like.
Tataru, no! We couldn't ask you to do that.
Oh, I'll be fine. This receptionist is not afraid to get her hands dirty.
Sorry, I meant to say, the scholars haven't finished their preliminary assessment of the site yet, so we're not supposed to venture too far in.
Let's draw your eye, Peter.
What's that you got there?
Oh, some kind of gear.
Now
A
that
metal
looks
gear.
promising.
Also, this looks pretty solid.
Isn't that the Ironworks symbol? Counterfeiters?
Ooh. Now I have you.
You are right.
What's happening?
Stay with me. Focus on my voice. Let expanse contract. Eon become instant.
Wait, this must be it. The device. Oh, this is supposed to happen.
Throw wide the gates that we may pass.
Oh, safe journey, warrior of light. Find our friends and bring them home.
Alright, now I just gotta find Sora.
For showing me the dawn's light will shine again.
Oh, do not look at me so.
You're slaves to a tyrant. There's no freedom in that.
This is one battle you cannot fight.
Coyote.
I must say your spirited accounts of these guys are welcome.
We did everything right. Everything that was asked of us, and still...
Well, better suits a hero.
Still it came to this.
Didn't I see in the opening of the new Urusei Yotsuru? Sorry, I was failing at Japanese. I'd do that.
Your time has not yet come.
Have we crossed into another dimension? Seems kind of washed out. Is this the place that was claimed by the light?
Your glasses are helping with the glare.
They are. Yes, I was going blind yesterday during the stream. A says hi. Hey! Yeah, I streamed with glasses off yesterday and I was kind of going blind.
I awake.
It was a problem. The trees are purple.
Something vague, yet urgent, calls me to action once more.
Everything's purple. Not in Kansas anymore. Here, here. Oh no,
to
I'm
meet
drugged,
someone
aren't I?
out here is not a peddler themselves. What brings you into the wilds this time of night?
Client meeting in a few friends. Client meeting in a few minutes. Have fun. Thank you. Appreciate you stopping by. Have a great one.
Good luck with your meeting. Take care. Where you find someone this time of night? But it's bright as day.
Well, if it ain't the oldest joke in the book. Me grandad, God rest his soul, used to tell that one to the barman at kicking out time. And when, pray tell, did we last have a dark night? You rotten old drunk, you, he'd reply.
Yeah.
Over 100 bleeding years ago, that's when. You got that look down to a T. I'd almost think you meant it. Ah, got to you, did they? Poor beggar. That explains it then.
No thanks. I think I've already been drugged enough.
Well, I've roads to travel and wares to sell, but you'd best hurry along to the town nearby.
More for me then. Right, exactly.
Just head east through the trees and aim for the Shining Tower. You'll find the place soon enough. 'Tis the biggest settlement for malms around. Go on now, friend. They'll take good care of you in the Crystarium.
So, knowing full Final Fantasy lore, purple's a bad color. So the fact that everything around here is purple is interesting. Purple is to Final Fantasy what the lime green is to Disney.
To dizzying heights it rises, the gleaming spire. Its tip threatening to pierce the blinding canopy.
Besides the other glaring problem. What? It's bright as day in the nighttime.
It will all begin anew. Between dark and light. The pure and the corrupt. The one true struggle.
Shadowbringers. Cool. Well, I spoke to Tataru, and that seems to be what I can do. Oh man, I don't have any mounts here. Something up north I see, but we're gonna go to the indicator. Very pretty music.
Halt!
Oh, hey!
Every face in this city I know. Yours, I do not.
How do you know? I mean, I'm wearing a big mask. Whatever.
This is the threshold of the Crystarium, stranger, and I am its gatekeeper. If you would enter, you will answer my questions. From where do you hail?
You know, I'm going to set aside the fact that you're a bunny and I've only met like 3 Viera before. I'm from Gradania.
Do you take me for a fool? No such place exists. Had you given me an honest answer, I would not have barred your way. We care little here for a person's place of origin. But instead, you chose concealment. And I will not suffer you to pass.
I literally gave you the true answer.
That one had eaten. It must have gulped down the whole hand, ring and all.
Everything all right, Captain?
Yeah, I know you.
Quite all right, my lord. Just a stray sin-eater, and a weak one at that.
I see. Weak or not, we should be on the lookout for more. But I see you've met my guest. I will escort him to the Crystarium myself, if you've no objections.
Another of your mysterious friends, is it? I should have known. Very well. I'll inform the others your guest is to be given the run of the city. Pray forgive my less than cordial welcome. May the rest of your stay with us be a pleasant one.
Come with me. I will answer whatever questions you have when we are somewhere more private. Right then.
Lots
Before
of
we
questions,
plunge into the
yeah.
wheres and wherefores, let me first thank you for answering my summons.
I don't think I had a choice.
I had intended to bring you directly to my personal quarters, but I fear my aim was slightly off. That you are still able to make the crossing unharmed is a great relief. And so, we come to the question of where. The realm in which you now find yourself belongs to one of the 13 reflections, or shards. The first, to be precise, even if its inhabitants are largely oblivious to the fact. As to wherefore, having been awarded the rather grandiose title of Crystal Exarch, I, in my capacity as caretaker of the Crystarium, thought to seek the aid of you and your companions.
Are the other scions here? Does look familiar. We have a crystal tower in our place, too.
Ah, that is a question with no simple answer. But all shall be explained in due course, I promise you.
Okay, you promised me you would answer my questions, and now you're not doing that.
Let us begin with the glaring skies up above.
Okay.
Here in the first, the world has been all but consumed by primordial light. It began a century ago, by this realm's reckoning. A luminous flood swallowing everything in its path. More than 9/10 of this star was lost. And the fortunate few who survived are hounded by abominations born of that catastrophe even now. Sin-eaters, we call them. The creature you saw earlier was one such monstrosity. It was to save the first from this menace that I learned to bridge the rift between worlds. That I might call upon the aid of the greatest of heroes.
Well, I'm glad I made the cut.
And though it meant depriving a world of its champion, I had to try, for in saving the first, you would bring salvation to the source as well.
Source?
But what manner of host harangues his guests in the middle of the road? Let us continue our talk within the Crystarium.
Yep. She has a Varan accent.
Such a proud and vibrant city. The sole sanctuary for the living in a world all but resigned to oblivion. Each stone was laid with hope. The town itself a symbol, a monument to defiance in the face of death. No would-be hero could fail to answer its call. For who among us does not yearn for salvation?
The Crystarium. And here we are. Welcome, my friend, to the Crystarium. So when I get there, I can use that. As long as the adventurers travel the tire, will get there. Crystal Exarch has a request for you. Now, full and frank discussion of the privacy of my study would seem to be in order. But I think a conversation would be more meaningful for you first to gain a firmer grasp of the situation here. To that end, I would like you to visit a few of the Crystarium's civic leaders and glean something of this world and its predicament. As you can see, the path that you take directly to the Aetherat, a convenience which I'm sure you're all too familiar. Being the rightful object of my summoning spell, you should in theory be able to reach all the way back along the etheric trail and find a connection to the source, believe it or not. I strongly suggest you complete this attunement before venturing any further. After you've done so, walk up the steps to the Aetherat and head out to the left to arrive at the crystalline mean. This is where you'll find our collective of crafters and gatherers, as well as their spokeswoman, Kepis, one of the people I should like you to meet. Another is Morin. To reach him in his cabinet of curiosity, you'll want to avoid the aforementioned steps, take the exit to the left, and simply continue straight along and down until you come to the large doors at the end of the path. The third and final person I should like you to meet is Bragi, a man in charge of trade and distribution. He's to be found in the markets, which you can access on the opposite side of the Etheric Plaza. In seeking out each of my colleagues, you'll find that you'll visit the major districts of the city and hopefully gain a feel for the place. I trust my directions were simple enough. Crystal clear. Very good. I concede the layout of the Crystarium owes more to historic necessity than planning, but I'm sure you'll learn its twists and turns before long. In all honesty, the true challenge may be finding the right way to approach its citizens. As you discovered during your encounter with the captain, the people of this world are unaware of the existence of other stars and will struggle to accept the truth of your origin. That being the case, when they ask whence you hail, as they inevitably will, I suggest you claim a homeland with the Crystal Exarch. There's an unspoken rule here about peering too deeply into that particular mystery. Sure, why not? I like lying to people. When you finish making the rounds, pray meet me in the large courtyard at the center of town. Until then. Mm-hmm. Hey. Atoon. Howdy, howdy. Thank you. Focusing your senses, you detect the flow of vastly distant currents of Aether. Your connection to these energies is faint, but stable, and should allow teleportation to Aetherix at the source. Awesome sauce. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. No, that's not actually one. Oh, actually, that's a great picture. That's cool. Okay, invite the party. All right, excellent. Thank you much. I do like the zooms. The zoomies are fantastic. All right, I'm going to go this ways and attune to this crystal over here, I think. The shard, as it were. An access to Tamaris Rookery. Alright, good deal. Exploring just a little bit. Clan Nutsy? No, I'm not doing any of that. Hold on. Is there... Sorry, Sinner, but my services are reserved for the members of Clan Nutsy. In order to be eligible to quest next to you, you must have met the following requirements. You must complete Elite and Dangerous and Travelers in Novart. And you said something. What did you say? It's been so long since I stepped here, it's nostalgic. Awesome! I'm glad you're enjoying the nostalgia.
I heard the cave in the background of the
It's pretty cool, isn't it? Okay. I think I'm lost. So let's head back to the middle and go from there. That's the wrong button. This is the right button. Okay, this is the way I was wanting to go. And that's upstairs, isn't it? Oh, well. Okay. Oh, this... Nope. Yeah, that's not where we go. Okay. JK, LOL, we're going to head back upstairs. Nope, no we're not. We're going to head over here. Aether Shard, that's where I want to go. Just getting my bearings. Cabinet of Curiosity. Alright, inside. Upstairs.
Excuse me, sir. You recently come to the city, perchance? I'm quite familiar with our civic roles, you see, and, well, yep, I just recently showed up. What I mean to ask is, have you brought any books with you? A rumpled scroll even, a scrap of scribbled on parchment? Not with me. My apologies. Literature is something of an obsession with mine, as well as the profession. Librarian Morin, at your service, and this humble collection is known as the Cabinet of Curiosity. As your powers of perception have likely informed you, my colleagues and I are responsible for curating all manner of tomes, documents, and other vehicles for the written word. As horrific as the loss of life and land wrought by the flood unquestionably was, the damage to recorded knowledge was no less catastrophic. We few do all we can to preserve what wisdom survived. But tell me, what brings you to the cabinet today? Looking for any title in particular? Mayhap a spot of academic research? Oh, you have an interest in modern history. Splendid. A thorough review of recent events can often yield novel perspectives. I quite agree. If you'd prefer something visual to accompany the account, then I think I have an illustrated history book for children somewhere. Just a moment, I'll fetch it for you. Wait, children? And here we are. Would you like to pull up a chair, make yourself more comfortable? On with the lesson, then. 100 years ago, and near enough not to matter, villains, known as the Warrior of Light, slew the Shadowkeeper, the Steward of Darkness. In the wake of this tainted deed, light began to pour into this world as if from unseen cracks, and it pooled and swelled without cease until the day an enormous blinding wave rose up and swept across our star. We call this calamity the Flood of Light. Everything it touched was leached of life and vigor, leaving naught behind but a luminous wasteland. Yet just when it seemed all would be lost, a savior appeared before us. The Oracle of Light. She stood twixt us and the approaching doom, and by her power did she slay the flood. This was Norvart. And Norvart alone spared the flood of erasure. Tragedy would, however, arrive in another form. With the blasted emptiness descended horrors of strange and terrible aspect to bedevil the few folk who survived. These sin-eaters were light incarnate, and their fulgent presence stole the night from Norvant's sky. Even now they circle the remaining bastions of civilization, ever on the hunt for us, ever hungering for our flesh. That sounds bad. And thus did the world become what it is. Should you ever wish to hear the tale again, I'll be happy to retell it for you. Or I should speak, rather I should speak of other matters. That too would be my pleasure. I should be glad of the company. Exchange with Morin has taught you about the Flood of Light. You heard about this from the Warriors of Darkness. Okay. I head back this way. Is this a door? No. Okay.
That is a lot of steps. This a ways. I'm going to go ahead and attune to this crystal I see in front of me. The Dussel Gate. Probably the way out. Okay, so I have the Dussel Gate. Can I head this a ways? Just exploring. I know you're hopping over there. You want me to go that way? I'm trying to see if I can go this way. Okay. Bless you. I was wrong too. No, there's still more up. It's fine. Up more. Part of the fun of exploring is just figuring out where the heck we're going. Bless you again, my love. There we are. Alright, got that shard. Let's talk to the Aged of Morrow Tamer, shall we? Just to get this to move.
Looking to procure yourself an Morrow, and I reckon you've come to the right place. 1 second, if you would. And there we have it. I've added you to our register. Pray, come back whenever you're in need of a mount.
I probably won't, but thanks for the offer anyway. I see you. Go this ways. What's up, Katniss? Catless? Of course we have Makot here. Of course. Why wouldn't we? The Makot are everywhere. Rare to see a place... Oh, is that not a cat? Makot? I thought that was a Makot. Okay. Rare to see a place so well stocked with goods, isn't it? They're not here. She's Ellison. I'm going to guess you're new to our fair city. Well, for what it's worth, you've chosen a fine sanctuary. The Exarch can throw up a banner if the Sin Eaters come knocking. It's a damn sight safer in here than be out there. The odds be ever in your favor. Indeed. Safer and more civilized, too, thanks to us in the mean. We work together to procure materials and resources, and craft the goods which make the city life possible. This is the place to visit. You will need a coat mended or a kettle forged. Just don't go thinking it'll be all handed to you in a plate like the Elmosian layabouts. Here in the Crystarium, we work for a living. I see you're no stranger to honest labor. You don't have that whiff of indolence about you like some folk I've met. Still, I can't quite pin down your profession. Where is it you're from? I'm a white mage. One of the Exarch's countrymen, you say? I see. Well, then I work twice as hard to make you feel welcome. Our city wouldn't even exist if it weren't for him. And any friend of his is a friend of ours. I see one of those nodes over there from Aziz's Law. It's really quite incredible when you think about it. They say his grand magics summoned the Crystal Tower into existence, pulled the entire thing out of thin air. It wasn't long before droves of refugees began congregating around its base, desperate for shelter after losing their homes to the flood. And that's how the Crystarium began. At the Exarch's invitation, buildings started going up, and the help of some curious relics brought forth from the tower, the place gradually expanded into the thriving metropolis you see today. The city stood here for decades now, yet the eldest amongst us swear the exiles look exactly the same as he did back then. He is indeed a man of many mysteries, but for all of his secrecy, he has never yet let us down. So if he and you wish to remain silent about your shared homeland, then the folk here will respect your wish for privacy. I am, however, more than a little curious to see any crafting talent you might be hiding. If you ought to contribute on that front, I'm sure to come back and visit once you have a chance to settle in. Just ask for Catalyst, and I'll find you a niche here in the crystalline mean. You can help us keep the cogs of the city greased and turning. Maybe Catalyst will taught you about life in the Crystarium. Alright. Corridor, Buzz. Oh, I guess that's not that important, huh? Okay. So, this is where repairs can happen? Just trying to get my bearings. Yep. Merchant vendor. What can I purchase exactly? Greens. What's the other thing? I didn't even look. Fruit worm. Yep, pass. That's where we're headed next. Excellent. There's gotta be a way down here, right? I'll get it later. I mean, if worse comes to worse, I can always just take the short route down. When you're up high, there is a shortcut available. Screw it, we're doing it. Yep. Infinite access to the pendants. Hey, look.
Oh, hello.
How you doing, cutie? No matter how high you drop from your full health, you will not die. As long as you are not in a battle, yes.
Yep.
Enemy hits you with 1 HP.
I discovered that a long time ago.
Yep.
You told me about it. And
Enemy hits you with 1 HP, yeah, they can get you.
demonstrated, yep.
You to the city, friend. The spinning head and wide eyes give you away. Welcome. My name is Braggy. I'm the master of these markets. They gave the district another official title, but I'm not in the habit of using it. Too florid by half. In any case, our merchants stock a range of equipment for these such as yourself. So finding something of your size shouldn't be a problem.
I'm actually a Viera.
Must be a dialect I'm not familiar with.
see if we can straighten this out. See the two in front of us? The shorter one's a hume. Taller one is an elf. Sturdy individual over there is a Galgant. The other one over there is the horned Drog. Then you have the large, scaly chaps with long tails and a knack for raising livestock. That'd be a zoo. It's apparently not the name you know them by. Well, now I'm curious to know what your far-flung region you hail from.
Yeah, I come from Lie Place.
Same as the XIV, huh? Well, that explains it. You don't get much far-flung than that. We've had a few of your lot pass through in recent years, and despite their obvious learning, they floundered over the simplest things. But not to worry. Should you find yourself confused with the local language or customs, I'll be here to answer your questions.
Seems why you taught you about the peoples of the first. Got with those quests, Callie? Did I turn to this crystal over here? I think I did. Yeah, I did. Materia vendors. Container. And let's go ahead and check the summoning bell one more time. The bell does not seem to be functioning. I mean, we are in another dimension. It kind of makes sense. I think some of the first seems nice so far, right? Hi, yes, I'm a white mage. You're a what now? I bring light and peace to everyone.
Kill the heretic.
Just start doing that invasion of the body snatchers. Well, how did you fare? Did my colleagues help you form a clearer picture of this world and its people?
Sure.
Yes, it seemed you were treated a most thorough introduction. I understand it was something of a chore, but 'twas necessary that you grasp these things before we proceed. As for the Crystal Tower's origin, you may have noted that details were sparse. The structure is in fact the selfsame one you know from the source, transported to the first in its entirety. This is my first attempt at breaching the boundaries between worlds. Something of a trial run for your eventual crossing. And although I did not know what era I tore it from, I do know that its arrival served to set the wheels of fate in motion. You've done as I requested and learned something of this world in which you find yourself. Now it is time I fulfilled my half of the bargain and explained what has befallen your comrades. Yes, thank you. This is a conversation I would rather have here in privacy in my quarters, however. I must go on ahead to the tower and organize a few things, but I shall see that the guard knows how to admit you. The tower's gate lies open, then? Well, yes, of course. It can be opened and closed just like any other. Does that seem strange to you? I know not how the tower functioned in your time, but I assure you that there is no danger of us being locked inside. I sure hope you're right. Okay, I'm missing Crystalline Mean. Got everything over here but this, so we're going to go ahead and attune this real quick. If you need access to the Crystalline Mean, tune yourself to Aetherite Shards in the Crystarium. Lakeland's now accessible as an Aetherite destination. Welcome to Lakeland. Where's that? I don't know, I haven't got that far in the game yet. Hey there, Crystarian. Greetings, sir. The Exarch awaits you within. Enter the Crystal Tower. Yes, let's do that.
Welcome to the Ocular, my private study. We can speak here without fear of being overheard. I have much to explain. But the truths
Purple
which I
trees,
must
got
touch upon in doing so would cause only distress and confusion to the people of this world. Pray keep that in mind.
Okay, sure.
Now, I am sure you are desperate to know the fate of your fellow Scions.
Yes.
To put it simply, they are here in the First.
Okay.
Their arrival, however, was not as recent as you may imagine. Here, time flows at a different pace from that of the Source.
Oh, there's something I've noticed here.
In the space of a single hour in your home world, an entire year might pass in the First, and the reverse could also be true. The pace fluctuates without rhyme or reason, and it cannot be predicted.
That's not good.
That said, we seem to be entering a period of near equivalence, and thus, for the moment, you need not overly concern yourself with the passage of time.
That was going to be my next question.
As for your companions, however, Yustola and Urianger have dwelled here for 3 winters, all told, while Thancred's count stands at 5. Even our more recent arrivals, Alphino and Alize, have lived in the First for almost a year. My intention had been to summon only you, but the art of reaching across worlds has proven exceedingly difficult to master. Thus it was that my fumbling hand closed upon those to whom your fate is most closely bound as well. As they were not the object of my summons, their transference was incomplete. Though they may appear to possess corporeal bodies, they are, in truth, merely spirits that one can see and touch.
I'm sorry, honey, what?
What did they call you?
They called me a V.
A V? Okay.
For Viera.
I'm an elf.
You're an elf?
An elf, yeah.
Consequently, while you yourself will be able to pass between worlds with relative freedom, they will not. Much as it grieves me, they are stranded here, unable to return.
Well, that's a problem, buddy. Yeah. Dwarven armor.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So there are dwarves.
I actually was spoiled on the fact that there were dwarves by the fact that whenever I was looking at the tribal quests, dwarf is listed as a tribal quest, which I'm guessing is going to be Lalafell.
Probably.
Yep. I'll then find a way to send them back since you screwed up their lives.
We spent every waking hour searching for a way to reverse the summoning. In the beginning, at least. As you may have surmised, however, our efforts met with little success. And then we all but abandoned the endeavor once Urianger shared with us the vision he had witnessed during his journey through the rift. In that chaotic no-man's land between realms, time and space warp and blend in unexpected ways. What Urianger saw was the future. That which would one day come to pass. In his vision of tomorrow, the First was rejoined with the Source. This collision of worlds brought about the 8th umbral calamity and the deaths of countless multitudes.
Well, that's not okay.
Amongst those who perished, Urianger clearly saw the fall of the Scion's mightiest champion. He watched you die.
Cool, thanks, bro. And then you kept looking for me?
And thus did the Scions embrace their exile, and began searching this world for a means to forestall the coming catastrophe in yours. Their souls are stranded in the First, yes, but they have fought on, desperate to save their home and you from destruction. Nor have their efforts been in vain, for it was they who finally established that the elimination of the Sin Eaters will indeed serve to prevent the calamity.
Okay.
Considering these circumstances of our meeting, you would be forgiven for doubting my version of events.
I think that's the first time I have seen Orion J without his goggles on.
And so, before all else, I would suggest you track down your comrades and hear the tale from their lips.
Definitely. That's a
I shall of
priority.
course be happy to assist in these reunions, and you need not make any decisions regarding your involvement until you are certain of where you stand. Meanwhile, I promise I will not rest until I have found a way to help your friends return home. What say you? Have I earned your trust for the moment, at least?
I need to talk to my friends, so I don't know if you call that trust, but yeah. I don't have any better choice.
Excellent. You will not regret this. With that settled, we shall have to see about getting you ready for the road. Traveling across the rift has no doubt left you weary. I will arrange for a room where you might rest in comfort. While it's being prepared, perhaps I can show you around.
Oh. The Crystarium boasts a number of residential districts, but I have been informed that a room had just become available at the Pendants, which, as it turns out, is perfect. Our path there will take us past the markets, and I was hoping to give you my own introduction to their wares. Come along. This is some music.
This is the Musica Universalis, the commercial heart of the Crystarium. What you might need to prepare for your journeys can be purchased here. Ah, yes. You must be curious about the currency. Fear not. The gil you carry will serve you well enough.
Why?
Each nation once minted its own coins, but 'twas all a jumbled mess following the flood. After much debate, the local merchants eventually elected to revert to the old ways, wherein a coin's value was decided by the worth of its metal.
Oh, alright.
As for a unit of measurement, we agreed upon the term gil, a word borrowed from coins uncovered within the Crystal Tower here. And as our traders peddled their wares across the land, so too did our usage of gil become common practice. From what your stola tells me, a standard coin from the source equates to exactly 1 gil here, or near enough not to matter.
Okay.
Our way of life has benefited greatly from the artifacts we recovered from the tower, some of which may be familiar to you. But I fear it would not be practical for us to provide everything to which you are accustomed. You shall need a means to access the commodities of your homeworld.
Right. Summoning bell?
Avan Kerm Sin?
Yes, I'm here. Of course I'm here. What amusements do you have for me today?
My dear Feo Ul, paragon of pixie kind. For you, I have the most vital task.
I'm not far enough along in Arcanist to make a comment on this.
This fine gentleman is a friend from a distant realm.
Tomestones. Got it, thank you.
And we have need of a means to ferry things back and forth from his home. Might you be able to assist us in this matter?
You came from beyond, didn't you? From beyond the rift? How wonderfully exciting! What a brave and reckless and marvelous thing you did! You've the heart of a pixie, you do.
Sure.
After careful consideration, I have decided to grant you my assistance. Make a pact with me and the fun can begin.
Pact?
But answer me this, traveler. Did your garments come with you when you crossed over? Your teeth? Your nails?
Yes?
Just as I thought! Then you've a good stout connection with your home through which all your belongings, great and small, may easily pass. From this moment forth I will be your Isne Fis, and you my Sne Yak. Like the branch which sprouts from the sapling, our bond will flow unbroken from one to the other.
Okay.
Raise your hand.
With J for hers. Not like the original?
'Tis done. We are bound now, dearest sapling. Come then. Make your request. Tell me your desire. I wish to visit this world of yours.
Mayhap a message to your friends in the Source to inform them of your safe arrival.
Definitely need to do that. I'm telling Tataru first. She's the one who saw me
Consider
fly
it
over.
done.
As you heard, that was Feo Ul of the Pixies. Their kind possess an affinity for magic akin to that of arcane beings.
Right.
They rarely show themselves in populated areas, but Feo is insatiably curious even by Pixie standards, and seems to have taken a liking to the Crystarium. Right, we were going to organize a room for you, weren't we? Come along.
All right. Supposed to be much cuter and higher pitched. Yeah, I kind of got that sense. As a result of your pact with Fe Ul, you now have access to livery moogles, market boards, and summoning bells while in the first. I'm a little concerned about pact, but okay. Gotta test it out. Oh, good. Hold on, are they both on trips? They are. Okay. Interesting, we have Mender up north and a Mender down south. Meanwhile, Mr. Weiner's like, wine! Senpai! Royal chest gear. And I will go... Bard for that one. All right. Continue, let us. Or perhaps let us continue. There you are. I was just finalizing the matter of your accommodation. You'll have a private room here in the Pendants for the duration of your stay to make use of as you see fit. When you're ready to retire, the manager will show you to your lodgings. Pray rest and recuperate, and we shall reconvene on the Ocular anon. I believe that covers all of your practical concerns. The internet doesn't want to do it anymore. Uh-oh. Okay, well, now something's working. Okay, well, I'm sorry it's not working on your end. Answering my call. Not that I can hear you, but have you ever adjusted your bit rate? I have not. So we're having sound issues. I have not. Just a moment. Yeah, kitty, you're right in the way, bud. Set to auto. You see, can I hear me at least? Testing, testing. Are you working? Okay, well, that's working.
Yeah, you're going through the settings of your
Well, no, I don't know how to fix it. Sorry. Pleasure to meet you, sir, and welcome to your new home in the Pendants. Your room is ready, if you care to retire. Yeah, let's do it. But now I figured maybe doing a different bit rate, going from 30 to 50, 30 to 60 to 30 might make it more consistent. But that's just a guess. No worries. All right. Definitely different. You? Why are you here? Hey, look, it's the Warrior of Darkness. What's up, bro?
I know you. You're the Warrior of Light from the Source.
Hey. Well, you sure are a bright fellow, aren't you?
The Warrior of Darkness? I remember you.
What? Did you just... You can hear me?
Yeah?
Oh, gods, how long has it been?
Since what?
That was what I called myself in your world. The Warrior of Darkness. My real name is Ardbert. I used an alias in the source. A daft one, looking back. If you recall my tale, it was my comrades and I who caused the flood.
Yeah.
We thought our home doomed. And so we listened to the Ascians. Let them guide us to the source, and tried to hasten their goddamned ardor. I remember when we fell, defeated by you and yours. I remember our audience with Minfilia. How she listened to our pleas, and returned our souls to the First. The flood was poised to swallow Norvrand, Minfilia, and my friends. They surrendered what little they had left to hold it back. Just faded away, leaving me to bear witness. Tell me, do you know the year? How much time has passed since we caused the flood?
About 100 years, bud.
A 100 years. 100 long years.
Just a fade.
My hands find no purchase. My gestures catch no eye, and my pleas, be they whispered or screamed, reach not a single ear. I am a shade, cursed to do naught but drift.
All right.
I feel as if I've been walking forever. I hardly noticed when my mind and body began to fray at the edges. Then bang! My senses were sharp again. I felt like a fish being reeled in, and before I knew it, I found myself in this room. Why is it that you can see me? What are you even doing here, come to that?
I've been asked to save your world.
You were summoned to save the First. A waste of time. This world is beyond saving, like those who try to save it. Muddled as my mind may be, I've not forgotten that. But if fate has brought me to you, the one person in this god's-forsaken world who can see and hear me, then perhaps there is a reason I endured. If I can find out why I was left behind, then maybe I can bring this journey of mine to an end.
Hopefully a satisfactory one.
Well, I'll be watching, Warrior of Light. But do me a favor. Be careful out there. This world has had its fill of heroes.
Yep. I believe that.
Master Pieter, the Exarch awaits you within.
Ah, how did you find your new quarters? I trust you were able to rest?
I had a ghostly visitor.
I was not aware the room was haunted, and you were rather tired. Well, should you receive another visitation, be sure to let me know. Now, let us return to the subject of the Scion's whereabouts. This map shows the lands of Norvrand, the only area to be spared the flood of light. The Crystarium is here, in the region known as Lakeland. To the north is the fairy kingdom of Il-Meg. That is where you'll find Urianger. To the east lies the once prosperous civilization of Rak-Tika. Your Stola is stationed there, in the heart of the forest. Alas, neither location can be reached without considerable difficulty.
I'm used to difficulty.
As such, I would suggest you first seek out one of the twins, each of whom is stationed but a short flight from the Crystarium.
Alright.
Alphino is on Calusia, an island off the western shore. It is home to a city called Yulmore, where the rich and privileged while away their days in idleness. For his part in furthering our cause, Alphino journeyed there to meet with the citizenry and forge alliances. From what I hear, he has since kept himself busy gathering information around the main settlement. Alize, meanwhile, traveled south to the arid wastes of Armareng. They lie upon the very edge of the inhabitable world, where the flood of light was halted. Those who dwell there live in constant fear of attack by the Sin-Eaters. In contrast to her brother, Alize felt that her energies would better be spent learning about the enemy, and thus she sells her services as a guard, both to hone her skills and gather information on our foe.
That does sound like her.
So, will it be Calicia or Armareng? It matters not which you choose to visit first. Simply inform me once you have made your decision, and I will see to it that you are provided with a suitable mount. Ah, but you must be wondering about Thancred. He has taken up with a new companion, and is presently engaged as a wandering hunter of Sin-Eaters. Being ever on the move, his whereabouts are often difficult to ascertain, but I am certain your paths will cross ere long.
Oak leg gear. Crystal Exarch eager for you to meet with Alphino. You'll visit Alphino and Calusa then. Excellent. As I mentioned, your destination is an island off the west coast. You will need a mount capable of making the journey. Here's a letter of introduction. Present it to Jamel, the master of beasts at the Temer's rookery, and he'll take care of you. When you see Alphino, be sure to pass on my warmest regards. You depart for Amag. Alice will be overjoyed to see you safe. I know she was particularly concerned for your well-being. She's impressed upon me how regrettable the timing of her summoning was. Repeatedly. Yeah, you actually have really crappy timing. I hope my part in sending you to her will garner me some measure of forgiveness. Here is a letter of introduction addressed to the man named Cassard, the master of a merchant caravan. There are few who know the ways of the desert as well as he does. Find him at the Amaro launch, and he will see that you reach your destination.
And we have quests.
Oh, you're a Crystal Exarch's guest, aren't you? Quick, take this. Aha, got you. Now I just need you to do this brief survey for me. It'll only take a few moments of your time. Speak to the peoples on that list, and then return here and tell me your thoughts on the current state of the Crystarium. Your cooperation is appreciated.
It's dangerous to go alone. Take this. Take that. And one of these. And thus I got roped into doing a survey. Making other people do a survey, which is even worse. Astute artisan. Astute artisan is openly staring. Pardon me for staring. I couldn't help but notice that you have the posture of one who's trained in martial techniques. Might I beg your assistance with a small matter? A friend of mine has recently joined the Guard, you see. I was hoping to put my skills to work in crafting her armor more durable than the standard issue fare, but she's already been stationed out in Lakeland. I have her measurements, of course, but I find myself unsure of which parts of the garment will need to be reinforced, and which will need to be hung a bit loose for mobility's sake. Would you be willing to demonstrate a few common stances for me? Sure. Thank you. In that case, could you show me your usual battle stance? I need a bit more glue around the shoulders. Would you mind throwing a few punches as well, as if you were boxing? I see, the entire torso needs to be able to twist, and the knuckle portion of the gloves could likely use a bit more padding. I believe I understand that alternations need to be made. You've been a great help. Thank you. I must say that what you're wearing seems quite finely made, but if you ever find yourself in need of new equipment, come and find me. I'm happy to offer you a reduced rate on my custom work. Okay. Roped in one of Pitrick's surveys, were you? I'll try to keep this brief, then, on both of our sakes. And anyway, you're likely already aware that Amaro are vital to the distribution and transport of goods, fleets, and hardy as they are. That is a Mikote. Alright. They can't transport as much as one go in a chocobo-drawn carriage of that course, but the time saved by their ability to fly more makes up for that. And they're a faster way to get someone to the settlements and fortifications in Lakeland than by Amaro, that's for certain. You can stand now in the primary area and loading goods for transport, and as you can see, the launch platform extends beyond me. If you want the Amaro to carry you rather than a parcel, that can be arranged as well. You need only speak to the tamers at the counter. In fact, if you have not yet had the opportunity to ride an Amaro, I wholeheartedly recommend that you do so while here. It's more comfortable than it looks, owing to the softness of their coats. Take that as my parting advice to you. Well, I'm going to go ahead and do this then. Well, if you're looking for work, I might have a spot for another guard. Here's a sealed missive. Oh, friend of the XIV. You meet someone in Arg, are you? Well, I shall be your guide. I was about to set off our outpost there, as a matter of fact, so we can leave right away, assuming you have everything you need. All set? Out the unforgiving sands you go.
Travel to Amar, speak with Adros Aronotamra to fly to the desert. You can also use your Aether Compass to assist in locating Aether Currents in new regions. Aether Compass can be found in the collection in the duty section of the main menu. So instead, I told him I was going to go see Alphinaud first.
From this parched earth, the nation of Nabath, Arang, once rose. When I journeyed here, long ago, I spoke with a sun-weathered elder. He told me Armarang meant majestic land in the language of his people. And so it might still be, were it not for the light's unrelenting onslaught.
What about Amarang? Oof, no matter how many times I come here, the cold never fails to catch me off guard. The sky may be as bright as the scorching hours of day, but it gets brisk enough to make you shiver. Now, the Exarch letter said I was to take you to the inn at Journey's Head, which is where this Alice friend of yours is staying. But that's a fair old distance, so I propose we make a stop at Mordsug to break up our trek, allowing me to attend to some business, and you to enjoy the local hospitality. Sound good? Good. You lot. All right, you lot, I'm off. And I'd better not see the goods covered in sand when I get back. All right, we head southwest, straight as an arrow. This place looks much more reasonable than last one we were at. Some weird animals, though. The Gigan Tender. I think I got one of those in a Happy Meal once. Stop here a moment. This is your first visit to Amarag, is it not? Before you cross a river of sand, you need to turn around and feast your eyes on that. Oh, hi. Are we friends? I feel like we're friends. Not a very good friend, Mr. Gigan Tender. Aether current. Okay. And here's our destination. A little off kilter, like my classes. They bit them big, didn't they? That's Kirsar, a fortress meant to protect the northern reaches of Nabag Erg. Seeing what's left behind, I believe, is what they saw in once of Navarre's mightiest nations. At least until the flood came along. Great chunks of Nabag Erg's lands were lost to the light. It's a great city included. The few who survived didn't see much point in staying. Most of them, anyway. No, not many chose to come here these days, not with everything in ruins. Even that hulking great fortress has become little more than an immoral roost for me and my caravan. But not everywhere is as deserted as this place. Just wait until you see Mordsug. Let's press on, shall we?
we are, Moksuk. For the blessed shadow, I love this town. Blessed shadow, huh? I was thinking it was a Moksuk, eager smile on his face. Morgsuk. Not just full of Mord, but fumes and all manner of others, too. It has long been a refuge for folk displaced by the flood, and so the population is nothing if not diverse. Oh, have you met a Mord before? They might look like shifty little blighters, but a more welcoming lot you could never wish to meet. Speaking of which, we should pay our respects to Mestrum Gingim. I'll go ahead and let them know we've arrived.
Greetings, buy something and help me feed my son. He's grown big and strong and is eating me out of house and home.
Tomorrow for hire if you're interested. Actually, before I forget, let me add your name to the register. That way you'll be able to come back here anytime you like. And then attune to the Aetheryte. Hey there, Gingin. That's a kobold.
Master Gengen, this is the friend of the Exarch I was telling you about.
Very good, very good. Though friend or no, all are welcome in Mord's.
Souk is Mordish for city. As things stand, this souk boasts the largest and busiest marketplace in all Armorang. You'll find ore from the mines here, of course, but all manner of other things too, many of them rare. As I told you before, not many visit Armorang by choice, but Mord Souk's a different story. Merchants come from miles around to purchase the relics the Mord dig up.
Aye, that they do. For Mord do not dismiss the spoils of the earth. We clean them and polish them and reveal to the world their true value. That is why they come here, come from far away, come with much money. And so our souk is always busy, busy, busy. No such thing as a thing no one needs.
You say that every time, Master Gengen. Some sort of family motto, wasn't it? Or perhaps a Mord philosophy, for which we should all be very grateful. Would that everyone was so willing to take in refugees regardless of race or creed. Now then, if you intend to spend any time here, you'll want to gain the trust of the locals. And there's a little custom all newcomers are expected to observe.
Oh?
The cracking of the coin purse. You buy one thing from the market. Price can be low or high, just as long as you buy.
As the good Mord says. In fact, the Exarch sent a little something to cover this very expense. A Verbert gold piece, no less. The first I've held in years.
Verbert gold? Real Verbert gold?
Here, newcomer, crack your coin purse with me.
Oh no, you want my goods, newcomer. I have jars and pots all smooth and shiny. Over here!
Come and look!
You buy, you buy?
It'll be fine.
Enough of that! Calm, I say! This one must still journey through the barrens. Nothing bulky, nothing heavy, no pots. Nothing better for the road than a full belly. Spend that piece at Ronron's place, yes? Eat for 3 before you leave.
It looks so skitterish all the time.
Welcome to Runruns, traveler. I have wares to empty your purse and fill your belly. Make your time, or take your time. Stare and sniff before you choose, but no drooling on the merchandise. Yes.
Browse runs wares. You may move the camera as well as the zoom in and out. Target the food stuff and inspect it with R and O. Okay. Bread, worms, meat, skewers.
Everyone's favorite. Plant white worms slathered in honey. Once you eat a glazed wiggler, you'll never want any other treat. We call it mush loaf. The middle is stuffed with bittersweet cactus fruits, so even if the bread dries out, still moist inside. Keeps you going in the heat. This is my ever-burning bounty, made with the best parts of the lizard, cured with special spicy spices. Some find the smell challenging, but it's warm you up in chilly desert nights. Oh, you're like these chewy skewers. Find small frogs hiding under rocks, spear with sticks, then roast over fire, crackly on the outside, gooey on the inside. Perfect for snacking.
Yeah, perfect.
They all look tasty, yes? Oh, which to choose?
Yeah, boy, it's a really tough choice. We're definitely going with the mush loaf.
Ah, very wise. You won't wither in the sands with a gut full of cactus fruit filling. You have the gold.
Here you go.
And done. One for right honor buys 40 loaves of bread.
Thanks. I think I'll share the rest.
When visitor invites us to feast, let us give thanks for his great generosity and small appetite. Consider your corn purse cracked. I'm pleased to accept your custom, and Gingin will be pleased that you honor ours. Keep the merchandise down, yes? No returns.
Congrats on getting food poisoning. Yay!
I was watching from here, Peter. You honored our customer with great relish. Yeah, and with relish. Oh, that was great. You will always be welcome in Mordsuk. You need anything in Amarag, we are here to provide.
Cassard is impressed by your gastronomic fortitude.
You have courage, my friend. Rumor's wares are more exotic than harmful, and I don't envy you the bellyache you'll have on the morrow. Right. Now that you've eaten, I expect you're eager to get back on the road. Would you mind if we delayed our departure a touch? I have a few details left to close before I can conclude my business here in Mordsuk.
Sure, I can look around.
Offering your services, are you? Aye, well, my assistant would be clearly help things hurry along. I have a receipt here for some goods that need picking up in the market. I'll properly paid for it. You don't just need to do all the lifting and carrying. All right. I'll go and take care of some last-minute haggling then. See you in a bit.
View the market receipt at any time during this quest by using the relevant item in the key items menu. Bill.
Sinner, over here. You've been fruiting giganters nearby, yes? Very aggressive there. We Mords stay away from them, but something like you, yes, I have an idea. You're healthy, strong. I have a favor to ask. Bring me chunks, big chunks of their flesh. Go here, east of here, and you'll find them, or they'll find you. You shall be rewarded if you do as I say. Quickly now!
Didn't grab some cured leather.
Hungry again? You have strong stomach, friend, but I wouldn't eat those.
Table cactus, thon, iron ore, thol. Antiques, mill. Okay. A traveler, eh? Nice life if you can get it. Me, I'm working for Thaltil. Heartless bastard. Gives me weekly quotas. I meet them and get paid, and if not, I get nothing. How much incentive to go above the quota, but just meeting it's got me run ragged. Still, I'm in no position to complain. Anything beats starving to death. Thing is, I'm done to my last couple of gil, and I won't survive another week if I don't meet the quota. Make things worse, I've hit a dry spell, and there's no chance of making it in time. But if I can distract him with a few sand wrigglers, his favorite snack, he might let me off the hook. Please, let me look for some. I beg of you. Thank you, my friend. I knew you weren't the sort to ignore the pleas of a desperate man. Anyway, we'd best be off. I'll see you outside.
What's taking him so long? Who, you ask? It's my little one. He's gone on the first errand of the Red Sarai, and I'm worried sick about him. Anything could have happened. It could be hot and dry here. The Giganters could try to squash him. I must know what I can do to see that he arrives safely, but he'd be so embarrassed if he knew I'd been helping. Could you, maybe you do it? Yes, that would work. Would you know the Long Bridge? Northeast of here it is. Then take this wriggler powder and scatter it over the big rock on the side of the ravine. Maybe a bit more, further up the road. Why, you ask? Simple. Me Mord use aroma like this to wake us up when we're sleepy or tired. Once my son smells these, I'll have no trouble reaching us in Red Sarai. Oh, and could you give this letter to Thamoth? I know it's a lot to ask, but if anything was here to happen to my son, I would never forgive myself.
Crate of ore.
Guzzler sent you, did he? Right. Yes. What kind of ore was it again? Yes. Wait, no. Are you sure? I don't seem to have any on hand.
Iron ore.
Iron ore, of course. I would explain the box I have here. It's all yours.
That's not very helpful.
You there, kind traveler, strong traveler. The younglings, they're in danger. Big scary creatures, they look hungry too. Please, you must hurry to Samuel's backbone, east of here. Quickly, there's no time.
Yeah, well, I'm going to meander for a bit first. And then Caster's porter work, you come to the wrong place. There's no outstanding orders in my shop. Outstanding. Poorly written flyer. One pay for honest work. Honest pay for honest work. No experience necessary. It appears to be a job advertisement. Speak with the moored taskmaster for details. Table cactus, huh? Sack of herbal remedies.
You came with Gazard? Yes, good. I'm going to find something to give out that sack. Please take your birthday purchase.
Box of Antiquities.
Hey, no touching that, Merchandise is spoken for. Couldn't possibly change your mind with a better offer.
It's already been bought.
What? Cassard sent you? Well, why didn't you say so? I wouldn't dream of selling his goods at a higher bidder. Oh, no. Nabargaro's relics, wasn't it? I'll pack to that box there. Handle with care.
Give me a moment, I'll be right back. Use the restroom.
Start thinking about lunch.
Yes, I am.
Do we want leftover pizza or do we want to order something? Okay, let's do that. Go ahead and start the process, and I'm gonna continue with the mission.
All right.
Don't tell me you've been around the entire market already. Yep, there's your crap. That's a lot, all right. Good work. And quick work, too, considering you've not set foot in the place before. I thought you'd want to sit in the city like the Exarch, but something tells me you're not a stranger to visiting strange lands. Unfortunately, your efficiency presents something of a problem. I had hoped to conclude all my business before you returned, but it seems there had been some confusion over one of the orders I placed. I'll have to drag in my middleman and sort this mess out. I'm sorry to make you sit around and twiddle your thumbs.
Cassard, seems like it's been an age since I last saw you.
Well, if it isn't the lovely Tesleen. It's been a while, but your timing couldn't be better. This gentleman was on his way to meet with Alice. I'm supposed to be taking him to your corner of the desert, but a misplaced order has commandeered my attention.
It's me. Wait, I know who you are. Alice told me so much about you. You're Pieter, aren't you?
Hi. Yeah. I knew it. How wonderful to meet you in the flesh after hearing all the stories. I'm Tesleen. I work as a carer in the inn. I've gotten to know Alice quite well since she took up the guard duties there. Tesleen's such a sweetheart. Awesome. Do you want me to take over as Pieter's guide, Cassard? My shopping's all done, and I've packed for the road, so it wouldn't be any trouble. That would be a great help, thank you. Well, it looks like you'll be able to head straight out after all. My caravan and I will be in the area for a while yet. Seek me out when you've had your fill of Amareg, and I'll send you back to the Crystarium. Alright, thanks. Alright, so let's go Bard. Gloves the Bard. And back to White Mage. Alice has been desperate to see you, Pieter, so let's get you to her sooner rather than later. The inn's not too hard to find, really. You can actually see the top of the rock spires from here. You just need to swing around the ridge, then head south. Come on, I'll get my supplies together and meet you outside. Alright, I'm trying to take care of some stuff here, so try to get all this stuff activated. What's up, Gim?
Greetings, friend. You like helping people, yes? Maybe you can help me, too. You see, my son Gungun makes me very proud, but very worried. He works very hard, too hard for his own good. He follows orders, yes, follows them until someone tells him to stop. This is very dangerous, bad for his health. I need you to speak to him, persuade him to rest. He should be near the Red Sorrel, probably leaving no stone unturned in the search for relics. Please tell him his father orders him to stop.
Alright, well, I got a couple other missions to do first, but I will get around to that.
You'll do. Here for work, are we? Yes, good. Honest paper, honest work. That's my motto. Your timing could not be better. I have a job for you. Take this package to my client, who's outside the village to the south. Mord fellow. You will know him when you see him. Probably. Now listen carefully. You will not peek inside, no matter what. Is that clear? Good. Now off you go.
This better not be like a slave or something. It definitely is bright here. Well said. Oh, I should probably mention the wildlife. While most of them will leave you be if you keep your distance, the local coyotes have learned to prey on folk heading home from the markets. I can usually swing a sword well enough to fend them off, but I may have loaded myself down with too many bargains today. Do you think you can handle any beasts that try to make a meal of us? Oh yeah, sure. I thought you might. Alice is always saying how much you... I mean, let's get going, shall we? Hey there, unsavory Mord.
There's the parcel. Get him.
Come to me, DPS. I need you.
We're not supposed to fight back. Not fair. Not fair. Our job is to steal package, not to hurt anyone, I swear. Ask the taskmaster, yes. He will tell you everything.
Kitty is like, I am so cute. Look at me. I am adorable. Stop doing your thing. Look at me. Yep, that sounds like cat. Sorry, that wasn't much time to shout a warning. Were you bitten? Those things can be nasty. And yet, hardly a match for you, it seems. I always thought Alice was strong, but in her mind, she never was... Oh, now it makes sense. Well, we should push on. I'll do my best if you scout ahead and clear out any coyotes we have in our scent. I'll wait here so you can fight it without any distractions. Alright, well, I'm gonna get around to that. But first, I'm gonna do this thing over here. Hey, buddy. We'll just get dismounted then.
No, stop. I can explain. The truth is there is no client, and the package is full of nothing but rocks. Not expensive ones either, just rocks. I hire people to deliver the parcel, and another group of thugs to steal it. When they return to me empty-handed, I demand compensation for the loss of my wares. No blood spilled, just coin-changing hands. That is all. Please, boss, no more. This is too complicated, too dangerous. You're right. There are easier ways to make money. We need something that requires less effort, less risk. Yes, kind traveler. Would you accept this as an apology? And maybe no one else needs to know about this. Yes?
Sure. That sounds like the thing a warrior of darkness would do. This land without enough darkness. Honestly, I don't really understand how this all works. I'm just trying to be a good person. Okay. What in the ever-loving crap? Why can't I do this? Is there a good reason? Or is it just a dumb reason? There's nothing selectable here. The ever-loving crap. Okay, that was it. That's in this game. This looks like a huge trap.
Do not eat me. More food's very hard to swallow, I hear. Tickle your belly, I will.
I'm actually trying to help you, sir.
We are not dead. Oh, you saved us. That is why. 1,000 thank yous. Bye.
Let the rest aboard.
Great Samuel, we are truly sorry. I never thought I would be so happy to not be dead. My thanks, stranger.
One of those Generation Z kobolds.
You did it. These two have a lot to answer for, though. You see, these bones once belonged to a mighty Samuel, whose ghost still roams the plains. A lot of silly younglings go there to prove their bravery, but there are things much more dangerous than wandering spirits. Oh, yes. I wish it was a ghost that we had met instead of these horrible brutes. We will never be going back there. Not anytime soon, anyway. Speak for yourself. I was hoping to meet the great Samuel, and I still want to try it again. But I will not have the others calling me a coward for running away. To tell the truth, I did exactly the same thing in their age. It's something of a tradition. This is one of the ways that we learn to fear and respect the desert, but also how we find the courage to face its many dangers. Though on this occasion, I think we would be two younglings short of a village were it not for you. More to sink. Thank you, traveler.
I'm glad I could help. Boy, we're almost leveled up. And then I get to flounder with the sage some more. You get so used to moving fast, and then you move slow, and it's just like, Yes. Oh, I ate something that was not a very wise thing to use. They had me honor one of their traditions, which was spend money. And the guy's like, you need to buy lots of food. Buy it from here. And it was like a very bad idea. It was absolutely a bad idea. What's this? Something for me. There's a letter. From Gingin, huh? Something my boy, something hard worker. God, this handwriting's so abysmal. I think I get the gist of it. Seems he's gone out of his way to help his son. That's probably a bit unnecessary. From what I've seen, he's probably capable of taking care of himself without being mollycoddled.
Sorry, ordering food. Okay. We'll both get sweet tea. Here you go. Having said that, it's hard not to be moved by this gesture of his. I know that family means a lot to the Mord. More than we give him credit for sometimes. I'll see his son gets fair treatment, don't you worry. It only seems right that you'll be rewarded for your hard work in maintaining relations between us and the Mord. Here, this is for you. Thank you. And they blabber it out. Why the heck did you give me? Necklace, 385. Bardage time. Back to White Mage. I actually think this one needs to move up. And we'll do Sage for a while. That Gingan worries about his son more than is healthy. For either of them. Perhaps I'm no so different. I had to leave my daughter behind in the Castarium before, while I oversee trade with Morsuk. I've not been back for some time. I'd like to take her, I'd like to send her a gift. Let her know we haven't forgotten about her. The only thing is, I have no idea where the young women are interested these days. How's the others? I don't want them to think I'm doting on her. I was wondering if you could find out for me. L'Oreal over there has a daughter about the same age as mine. I expect she'll know what would make for a decent present. Yeah, that guy over there has a hots for you. Gift for a young lady? Let me guess. Tim sent you to ask me, didn't he? We all know how much he misses that girl of his. He tries to put on a brave face, but deep down he's a big softy. Anyway, in answer to your question, the Mord make the most beautiful jewelry for precious stones and valuable relics excavated here in Arng. I'll bet you don't see many of those around the Castrarium. How about something like that? Hi, she says she knows you love her. More jewelry. I'll admit it never occurred to me, but it's a fine choice. What do I recall can get dares and wares like that? If I write a letter to him, he'd be so kind to deliver it to Morsuk. I'll leave the particulars to him, since I don't know the first thing about gems and whatnot. Oh, and by the way, you don't suppose Lurit Cotton Dawn, do you? Oh, no, she has no idea. Bloody hell, then it gets past her. I might as well ask her myself next time. I appreciate your help. But I'm still your gopher. What's this up here? Gun. What's happening, Gun? Search the nooks, search the crannies, search high, search low. Oh, sorry, I did not see you there. Are you lost? I'm here to talk to you. For some reason, I've forgotten already. Father says I must rest. Oh, that will not do. No. I will stop, but not yet. I need something to show off for my efforts. All the scribbling, all the searching, and still no shinies. You came here to tell me to stop, but I refuse. Your job will not be finished, will it? Oh, that will not do either. Wait, I have an idea. You can help me find the shinies. My job will be over. Your job will be over. I can rest. Simple, yes? Sure, I'll do your job for you. Look under that rubble and find whatever there is to be found. Maybe it will be valuable, maybe not. Either way, let us keep searching until we find at least one shiny. Sure. Your search fails to yield any results. Your search fails to yield any shinies. Very pretty music. You find a signet ring. Got any wax? I can show you how it works. I guess we need a flame too.
What did you find? No more rubble, I hope.
Here's a signet ring.
Oh, this looks very special. Oh, such pretty patterns. I've never seen one like this before. But how much does it work? I'm an expert at finding shinies, not a historian. Perhaps I should ask someone. And once we sell it, we can divide the profits between us. We worked as a team, so half for you, half for me. Fair is fair. Such a pretty ring. Almost too precious to sell. Almost. We'll ask a friend of my father's how much it is worth. He's a good man. We can trust him. Well, as much as we could trust anyone my father would call a friend. Anyway, let us meet with Mordsuk. Once we are done, we can discuss your reward.
Sure.
Hey, one thing sweeter than a handful of shinies is a purse full of jingles, eh?
Yeah, why not? That is quite the armadillo. That'll teach you. Nope.
Oh, welcome back. I think everything went well with Damon. A letter? Jewelry, dollar, crystanium. Ah, yes, I see. Yes, I know just the thing. The scavengers have found some nice necklaces we can use. Old but shiny. I'll have it ready in a jiffy. Then my son can take care of the delivery. Before I forget, please accept this as a payment for all of your hard work. Oh, you certainly have earned it. Very close he is. This way.
Another trap. Appreciate that lady just waiting for me patiently. What have you got for me today?
I'm not sure, but this is very lovely, shiny. Here, take a look.
Let me see. My word, this is exquisite. Judging by the sigil, I say this originates from Nabath Areng. You'll need to find an expert in that period to ascertain its true value, though.
You mean you do not know?
Sorry, Gungun, but the chap with the cart near the south gate might be able to help. White hair, smells of cabbage.
Then we shall ask him. Thank you for your kind advice. Smells like cabbage, huh? Oh, we should be able to find that man in any case.
My cabbages. May I help you?
Please, tell us what this old ring is worth, Mr. Cabbage Man.
Oh, not seen one of these in a very long time.
Well, what is it?
This is no simple ring. See that sigil? Used to seal letters it was. The owner must have been someone quite important. But you best speak with Jamail if you want to know who it belonged to. If you want to know about crests and such, she's the one to ask.
Oh, no, God, not again. I just want my jinglies. Hopefully Jamail will be the last one we have to ask.
Well, the indicator seems to say that.
Now, what could you two spry younglings need with an old man like me?
We need to know how much we can get for the signet ring. Please tell us. The suspense is killing me.
Where did you get this? It belonged to a Malik of Jabarth Areng.
Oh, that sounds very valuable indeed. So how much?
To a historian, it is priceless. In all likelihood, there's only one such ring in existence. Though I'm afraid that the layman and unversed in ancient sigils is worth no more than no more than any other signet of a similar age. Anyone in Jabarth Areng, with even a modicum of wealth, would have had one bearing their mark.
So it is priceless, but also not worth very much. I am confused. It looks like we will not be rolling in riches after all. I'm very sorry to have dragged you along with Lord Zook for nothing. But as we always say, no such thing as a thing no one needs. Hard work is its own reward. Something like that anyway. Well, your corn purse may not be heavier than before. You've learned an important lesson. At least I think so. Now that business with the ring is over, I should rest, as I said I would. Then your promise to my father would be fulfilled. Actually, there's something I would like to discuss with you. I'm in no rush, however. So let us speak again after your repose. My curiosity is piqued. Please, tell me now. I can rest while I listen.
But if you must insist, I'd like you to help me search for more relics from Jabarth Areng. If my suppositions are correct, I know there are many such artifacts waiting to be uncovered. I base this claim on my knowledge of the route, claim chosen by the Malik when he led his people's exodus from the Flood of Light. Though many tried to take the most prized possessions with them, it soon became apparent such burdens would only hinder their escape. Each household discarded their personal treasures one piece at a time. By following the exact path traveled by Jabarth Areng, we should be able to unearth many more priceless treasures. What say you? Will you lend me your aid?
Of course. Now that I have finished resting, I'm ready to start digging.
Are you quite sure?
I am. Peter, you should come too. We've already found one of these shinies. Maybe we can find some more.
You will be amply remunerated for your efforts, even if there are no profits to be made for the sake of the sale themselves. I, too, am a proponent of the motto, honest pay for honest work.
All right, sure. We should go before my father tries to stop me. Honestly, there's no such thing as working too hard. Oh, wait. Where are we going?
The first location is the East of the Inn at Journey's Head. Allow me to lead the way.
Our Lady's Feet. One unfortunately named place on the map. Yup. Now, you might be wondering how we can coax the little buzzers out of hiding. With explosives, of course. They're supposed to come crawling in droves when there's an earthquake, so we'll make one of our own. I'll head east, you head south. We'll make our way back here once we've caught a few of the slimy sods. Yeah, I'll get right on that. Here's the all-purpose explosives of the designated location. Sand Wriggler. Sand Wriggler. Sand Wriggler. Sand Wriggler. The sleeper has awakened. Take it the Wrigglers are feeling cooperative. There you go. How'd you find so many? Some people have all the luck. Anyway, let's go and see if this is enough to persuade the old curmudgeon. If all goes well, there should be something in it for you, too. He who controls the space controls the universe. Had a bit of a setback, and...
Pitiful! Spare me your excuses. You failed me for the last time.
Wait, I brought these for you.
For me? Oh, you're so kind. Yes, yes. So juicy, so wriggly. Yes, very nice. I never knew you had such talents. Very well. I'm willing to overlook the quota on this occasion.
Thank you, boss. If that's all, I'll be off.
Stop! These sound wrigglers are a lot more pleasing than the usual junk you bring me. From now on, you're my chief worm collector. Consider it a promotion. Same rates, of course.
Not what I had in mind. Beats being penniless, I suppose. I don't know how I'll fare on my own, but I appreciate you helping me today. Let it go. Hyper promotion, more responsibilities, same pay. Hey, you know why I didn't laugh? You know why I didn't laugh? That's too real, man. Too close to reality. I'm gonna give you more work, more responsibilities. You get the same amount. Stop complaining so much. Flying close to the sun. I mean, isn't that this whole area? Discovered a new location. It's a hostile threat. Okay, here we go. Uh-oh. We have a brooding subtender. Asking more and more of teachers too? Oh yeah, man, that's the whole thing. Every time somebody new takes over, they have new paperwork for the teachers. And unfortunately, the pay is the same. And they expect you to do all the old paperwork. And here's new paperwork. What's this for? Just reasons. I took over and I want to show that I'm doing good, so I need more paperwork from you. People are trying to outsource the parenting to teachers. Oh man, there's a lot of that. I no, you still need to be a parent. I wouldn't mind that so much, but they want to give the responsibilities away, but none of the respect. And that I have issue with.
You have it? Show me! Show me!
Here's some fruit flesh.
You've done well. Yes, very well. This is not for more mouths, no. A fine price for this will fetch, though. The sinners like you enjoy the flesh of little ones. Big ones, not so much. Yes, little ones are good for selling, and hard to catch, hard to kill. But not so difficult for you, it seems. Here, take these shinies.
Thanks, I'm glad to take the shinies.
Alright. You insist on dying. I will oblige. OP. Like, once I figured out how Sage worked, it is so freaking OP. Hostile presence. I'm gonna try not looking at your screen. Oh, thank goodness you're back. I can hear the howling and snarling from here. Frightful creatures. Let's hope the rest have seen your handiwork and know to avoid us now. I need to get these supplies back to the inn. Supplies. So when I went through Heaven's Word and then Stormblood, I was like overly focused on making sure I was able to like find areas, the aether currents. I've decided that's not that important. I can get that whenever I need it. I don't need to fly early on. The music here seems very metal. This is it. Thanks to you, I didn't have to drop my shipment even once. Oh, come to think of it, I'm glad I didn't have to make the trip alone. It seems you ended up escorting me. I'll have to repay the favor somehow. But first, let's head inside, shall we? Welcome to the inn at Journey's Head. You might be our first visitor from the Crystarium since Alice arrived. It's not much, but it's home for the afflicted and a handful of carers. The afflicted? You don't know? I don't think I've met anyone besides Alice who's unfamiliar with our situation here. Most folk have grown up knowing someone who knew someone. I might leave out something obvious, so it's best to have Alice give you the full explanation. Alright, cool. "20 minutes until I need to stop, or whenever lunch gets here, whichever happens first." What's up, Tesleen? Now, where is she? I think she might be out on patrol. You could wait, I suppose, but why not go and surprise her? She usually takes a look at things from the watchtower first, so you might be able to catch her there. It's not far. Head to the south side and you'll soon see it. I'll stay behind in case she comes back while you're gone. First things first. Atoon!
And while we're at it... hold on. Marrow Keep. Emerald for sale, if you're for hire, if you're interested. Actually, before I forget, let me put your name down on our register. That way, you'll be able to come back here anytime you like. What? Camille? As I recall, there should be a few artifacts scattered around this area. Why don't you fight that thing that's attacking you? There are a few artifacts scattered around this area. The first items to be discarded where there's a little value or simply too cumbersome to be carried over long distances. However, we can assume that many were buried so they could be recovered later. Therefore, it seems logical that landmarks such as large outcrops and so forth would be used to indicate their position.
Less talking, more digging. I want to find the shinies. Lots of lovely shinies over here. What have you got?
You have a shield.
Oh, great big shiny. Is this a dinner plate?
Jamail, what is this?
Jamail, what is this?
A heraldic shield. The 5 coins above the the 5 coins above the castle represent each of the great houses of Nabaz Ereng.
Coins? Is that because they were rich?
Precisely. The capital attracted trade from across Novragt, and much of the wealth found its way into their coffers. Such a booming economy was not built overnight, however. Although Nabaz Ereng was largely established by Humes, the harsh desert environment meant that they had to rely on the aid of neighboring peoples. It got dark briefly.
Did it down?
It did. It was the Mord who taught them how to safely traverse the barren plains, methods for finding subsistence, and much besides. They were also respected partners in matters of commerce. The Mabath owed a great deal to your ancestors. Gungun. Just clouds? Okay. Because, the sun set at 6 o'clock, and then it got dim and came right back to bright.
Yeah. Yeah. Dim bright.
I never knew. History is all around us if we know where to look. Which reminds me, the next location I would like you to search is not far from here. This way, if you please. So who do you go see first?
I'm going to Alphenor.
Okay, so then you and I are on different paths.
You went to Alphenor?
Uh-huh. I have reason to believe that more artifacts are resting beneath these ruins. Please take the utmost care that any you discover, as they may be fragile.
I also completed all the quests
In town, right. And I only got like 1/2 of one done. Like 1/4 of one done. Okay.
Nothing but bricks and sand. Have you had better luck?
I have a smoke cake statue.
I know what this is. A decorative Mord head sculpture. Making these is one of our many traditions. What is it doing here?
You may surmise it was once kept by the pristine palace of Al-Malik. It once housed tokens of friendship for allied peoples. That the Malik brought such gifts so far from Albrecht Narang is proof of their cultural significance. However, when the Nabath and the Mord first came in contact, there were many disagreements.
I do not understand. We Mord hate arguing.
The art of negotiation is another one of our many traditions.
Yes, I dare say there's a decisive factor in these desperate peoples finding common ground. And yet the Mord live on while the Nabath are no more. Hopefully we will uncover yet more valuable insights in the past at our final excavation site. May I say, your work thus far has been nothing short of exemplary.
Please save your thanks for when we have finished. There's much still to be done, more treasures to be found. I want to dig. Where's the next spot, Jamal?
West of here, close to the Nabath Severance.
And now what are we waiting for? We must hurry,
I think I will see LSA before I get to that other thing. Ooh, Nabath Severance is next. Check out that ancient lizard. I'll say it's nowhere to be seen, but you spot fresh footprints in the ground. Look to be about the right size. We got Aether Current. Better understanding the movement of the winds. There are the footprints. It's like, where the heck are they? Small footprints headed to the northwest. The footprints continue heading to the northwest. The Ember Fields. Hey, CJ. What's up? Footprints curve around to the west. A break for lunch. Thought I'd check in. I appreciate it. Almost caught up with you. Awesome. The LSA or Optino first? LSA.
I went to Alpino.
A little further behind you then. Okay, cool. Check up on this. There are tracks here, but they end in a mess of disturbed sand. But to have a cool entrance.
Huh? right back. She has to fix it.
Ah, okay. Oh. So bright here.
Get back here! Is that... It can't be.
Well, the outfit is quite different. You almost let that one. Gotta pay attention to what you're doing.
I had it under control, right up until the moment I didn't. I'll do better next time. I knew you'd turn up sooner or later, but I had been hoping for sooner. How are you?
I mean, I'm not dead.
We've fought them to a standstill, then?
Yeah.
The XIV did say that the Empire seemed to have drawn back when he last looked in on the source. But without knowing for sure how fast time was passing there, I couldn't help worrying that a lot might have happened since then. I'm heartily relieved to hear that it hasn't, just as Alphino must have been. As you can imagine, both he and Urianger were desperate to hear the news from home when I arrived. I haven't actually seen Thancred and Y'shtola yet, but they will have heard all the latest developments from the Exarch by now, or should have at least. When I think of how frantic Tataru and the others must be, I want nothing more than to rush back and reassure them.
Yep, I told Tataru immediately.
But we still haven't found a way to reverse the summoning. And even if we had, we couldn't just ignore Urianger's vision. He may use 10 words where one would suffice, and they may often obscure as much as they reveal. But on this matter, he was as clear as day. I do not doubt for one moment that he saw what he claims. Nor how difficult it must have been to speak about them. The 8th Umbral Calamity and your death aren't exactly topics for idle conversation.
Indeed.
As much as I might want to go home, I don't want to go home to that. We can't allow the rejoining to happen, which means we have to save the first from the Sin Eaters.
Yep.
That great wall of white is a remnant of the Flood. 100 years ago, the balance in the First tipped decisively in favor of light. From that moment, it rose and swelled with each passing day, and then, without warning, it burst forth like water from a broken dam.
Why would it, though?
A colossal wave of pure light, drowning everything in its wake. Only Norvrant was spared. For the most part, living things are composed of ether of various different aspects. But when exposed to such a flood, their etheric harmony is shattered, and their natural form breaks down.
Okay.
Then they either perish, or are warped into mindless abominations.
I mean, do creatures normally have minds?
Yes, that's how the Sin Eaters came to be. They were once living creatures, or people, that were caught in the path of the Flood. Once the change is wrought, there is no going back. In that instant, they are gripped by an insatiable appetite for ether, and will happily gorge themselves on any living thing within reach. But even that is not the worst of it. The stronger Sin Eaters can plant light in us, like seeds in soil, corrupting our ether, and triggering the birth of new monstrosities.
Light zombies.
They are creatures of base instinct that exist only to feed and to multiply. They feel no pity, know no remorse, and are utterly deaf to reason. Which is why they must be destroyed. Every last one of them. The infirmary is full of the Sin Eater's victims, left here to spend their final hours waiting for the change to overtake them.
It's just a matter of time, more or less. Well, more for some, less for others. Those patients will all become monsters in the end. And add insult to injury, the afflicted are feared, shunned, cast out of society and exiled here, to the edge of the world. The only good thing I have to say about this hellish place is that it has served me well as a training ground. Kathleen and the others have also been kind enough to share their knowledge of the Sin Eaters, which is knowledge I could now share with you, while you help me finish my patrol, of course. Here's what we'll do. I'll take the east side of the inn and you clear the west. That way you can have an undiluted experience with the residential terrors. These marks on your map are where the usual trouble spots are. You can assume that any beast with a white hide or carapace is a Sin Eater. But you'll know for sure soon enough when they come slavering after your ether. Remember, it is kill or be killed with these monsters. Once you've slain whatever prowling around in there, we can rendezvous back at the north entrance. Good hunting. Hey, Rico. Appreciate the ad. The assist. I don't know why I said ad. I said, appreciate the ad. And I was like, wait, what did you say? I was like, I don't know. I don't know what I'm saying. So after this, I'm going to need to stop for lunch.
Nothing yet, but every handful of dirt I sift brings me closer to the shinies.
Gungun, there's something I would like to ask of you.
Yes, I'm listening. Working, but listening.
Why do you go to such lengths to help me? I've had barely a moment's rest since we first began, yet you set about digging like a man possessed.
What can I say? I love to work, that is all. Maybe it's not such a good answer. I'm Mord Sook, that is our way.
Is that so?
No such thing as a thing no one needs. And you need these treasures, yes? Then I will find them for you. Helping each other, helping outsiders, it makes no difference. A job well done is a source of great pride for Mord.
I see why the Nabath valued your ancestors' friendship so highly.
Oh, I found something. A tube? Wait, there's a lid. Let me open it. Ah, something is inside. Jamail, what is this?
Where does he go? I don't know. Food time, yep, about there.
But I wanted to show him the treasure. Have all the time for to go to a stroll. Hey, can you go look for him? We'll see further from higher ground. I'll wait here and guard the relic.
Thank you. Appreciate the applause. For lunch, I should be back 30 minutes to an hour. Depends on how long that lunch takes.